One, apologize for being a few minutes late. We had traffic on the freeway. But I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:07. And this is the meeting, our public meeting of the City of Soledad Joint City.
Turn your volume down.
I hear it come from me. Yeah.
I did.
Is everyone's volume down? Okay, let's try it again.
My volume?
I think we're okay.
No.
No. That's great.
It seems like it might be coming from the owl.
Let's try this again. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for those that are joining us here in our chambers, and then also those that are joining us on Zoom. Thank you. Your engagement is really critical to this public process, so I really appreciate everyone that's here. So just a couple of comments before we move on. The public has several options to join today's meeting and make public comments, which is really important to this process. You can join the meeting via Zoom. The meeting ID is located on the agenda. And for this meeting, it's 834-554-6104. You can also stream live on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, now that we transitioned to YouTube, and this is more efficient for us in terms of streaming our technology. And just please, just some notes that comments made here will not be recorded as part of the record. This meeting also, as you noted, does have a Spanish translator. So for those of you that need it, please make sure that that option is utilized. So with that, I would like to call this, roll call. So City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Ana Velasquez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Maria Corlejo,
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you. So we'll move on to public comments on closed session items. We have none of those today, so we'll move on to our next item, which is no closed session either, no closed session reports. We'll move on at this point to the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I can have everyone stand up, please, so we can recite the pledge, and if I can have Councilmember from Salinas, Anthony Rocha, please join us. Lead us in the pledge.
All right. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have at this time any additions or modifications to the agenda?
No additions or modifications at this time.
Okay, we'll move into our public comments. So at this time, the members of the public may address the City Council on items not appearing on the agenda, but of special interest and within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Please note you do have 3 minutes to speak. Please be brief and to the point. And just as a reminder to our community, the council will not comment, but we can direct staff to further review or gather additional information. So at this time, I'd like to open for public comments for those that are joining us first here in the chambers, and then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. So any members of the public that are joining us here in the chambers wish to make a public comment?
This is from Ben Jimenez Jr. Dear Mayor Pro Tem Maria Corlejo, I'm writing to inform you of my decision to resign from my position on the city council effective March 31, 2024. While it has been an absolute honor and privilege to serve the people of Soledad for the past 11 plus years, it is time for me to step down and focus on my family. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our staff and council members for their commitment to improving the quality of life in Soledad. I am particularly thrilled about a couple of initiatives that I have championed. First, the development of the west side of Front Street will attract new businesses that will create job opportunities, including restaurants, entertainment, and social gathering spaces. Secondly, we implemented a youth violence prevention program to provide our young people with alternatives and help them lead better lives. As I prepare to leave my position to spend more time with my grandchildren and family, I urge the council to work together to establish goals and objectives that meet the diverse needs of all the residents of Soledad. Our community consists of individuals from all walks of life, and we must continue to strive towards inclusivity and equality for all of our citizens, not just a few. In closing, I want to express my sincere gratitude to you and the rest of the council for your understanding and support throughout my tenure. I am grateful for the opportunity to serve the people of Soledad, and I wish the council continued success in their efforts. Sincerely, Ben Jimenez.
Thank you for reading that letter out loud. Do we have any other comments from those that are joining us here in our chambers? Okay, so then we will take it out for those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, so seeing none, then we will move on to our next item on the agenda. At this time, we have council presentations. So we do have 4 proclamations that we have this evening, and as you might have noticed, our agenda is really full. So we have a lot of items on our agenda, and so in order for us to be able to move forward with the business that we have in front of us, also some of the celebrations that we have in front of us, what we're going to do today is a little bit different in terms of the proclamations. We're going to, each council member will present a proclamation. They will share a few brief words and acknowledge the individuals that we're presenting proclamations to. And then if we can defer as a council, unless we really have, some deep desire to be able to make some comments, but we can just allow the council member that's presenting it to make the brief comments on our behalf. And then at the end, what we'll ask all of the individuals that receive proclamations is we'll bring them to the front, and then we'll take a few minutes to have a council photo. And that way we can expedite the process that we have before us today. Okay, so with that, the first presentation is a proclamation of the City of Soledad to the Soledad Branch Library, recognizing April 7th through April 13th as National Library Week. And unfortunately, I don't think we have anyone here from the library they were not able to join us. I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble speaking this today. They were not able to join us today, but we want to make sure that we do acknowledge all of the work that the libraries, all the work from each individual, from the libraries and the staff, and also what the libraries bring to our community and to our families. So I'm just going to read a couple of the whereas that we have here, and then acknowledge our local librarians from Soledad. So whereas through all changes in communities, technology, and delivery of public library services, the Monterey County Free Library continues to encourage people to drop everything and read, with materials, services, and opportunities for all ages. Whereas the Monterey County Free Library stayed attuned to advances in literacy and learning, adding new material formats, adjusting programming, and bringing in new partners and community change. And whereas the Monterey County Free Libraries assures everyone that it is never too late to learn to read, offering robust adult new readers, English as a second language, and other literacy programs for the whole family. And whereas Monterey County Free Library branches and staff promote, model, and encourage reading through such efforts as group kits, online talks, branch displays, and a lively personnel conversation with the librarian anytime. Now therefore it be resolved that I, Ana Velasquez, Mayor of the City of Soledad, do hereby designate the week of April 7th to the 13th as National Library Week in the City of Soledad, and furthermore encourage everyone in the community to drop everything and read to enrich their lives. Thank you. And with that, I want to acknowledge our local librarians that are always there to assist you, always there to help you find a book that you want, and always creating different activities also for our families. So with that, we want to say congratulations and thank you. Okay, so we have the next proclamation, and it's a proclamation of the City of Soledad, and this will be presented to the Boca Negra family, recognizing April 2024 as Purple Up for Military Kids Month, and I will turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Thank you, Mayor. And so it is with great honor that I give this proclamation to the Boca Negra family. Unfortunately, they were not able to be here with us. Today, I believe they have a swim meet for one of their children. So good luck with that. So I will go ahead and read it. Sorry. So whereas former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger established the month of April as Military Child Month in 1986 to recognize military children for their commitment, sacrifice, strength, and unconditional support of our troops, and to remind us of the opportunity to provide support and encouragement. And whereas citizens of Soledad recognize and thank children of military families that are directly impacted by the deployment of one or sometimes both parents on full-time duty status in military service, including members of the National Guard and reserves on active duty orders. And whereas children of military families face unique challenges, and we appreciate their strength and sacrifice as they support their enlisted family members, at times enduring long periods of separation. And whereas the City of Soledad residents are grateful for the service and the sacrifices of service members, such as the Boca Negra family, who made our country a safer place. And whereas Purple Up Day serves as an opportunity to acknowledge and honor the contribution and sacrifices of military connected children, youth, and families, and to show appreciation for the resilience and steadfast support of our nation's defenders. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Soledad does hereby proclaim April 2024 as Purple Up for Military Kids Month in the City of Soledad. All community members are encouraged to wear purple as a visible symbol of support and appreciation for military children and their sacrifice, resilience, courage, and support of their parents who serve our nation. Purple symbolizes all branches of the military, and it is a combination of Army green, Navy blue, Marine red, Air Force blue, and Coast Guard blue. Wear purple in April. And with that, I just wanted to say that I personally, on behalf again of the council and our mayor, wanted to thank the Boca Negra family. They have made a lot of sacrifices. The children have, as I mentioned, they're in swim and in different programs, and to not have their parent there all the time is a big sacrifice. So just wanted to thank them, and also thank them for volunteering. I think it was last year on our September 11th event that we did. They were out there, the full family, helping us to set up for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our next proclamation, and this is a proclamation of the City of Soledad that will be presented to Líderes Campesinas, recognizing April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And I'll turn this over to Councilmember Cabrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And it is an honor really to make this presentation, because I know several of the women that participate in the Líderes Campesinas, and it is my honor to make this proclamation. Whereas sexual assault, it's a proclamation recognizing April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas sexual assault remains pervasive and reprehensible crime that impacts individuals of all ages, genders, races, and backgrounds, and whereas the trauma inflicted by sexual assault can have profound and lasting effects on survivors, their families, and their communities, leading to physical, emotional, and psychological harm. And whereas it is essential to raise awareness about the prevalence of sexual assault, challenge harmful attitudes and behaviors that perpetuate it, and support survivors on their path to healing and justice. And whereas educating the public about consent by standard intervention and the resources available for survivors is crucial to preventing sexual violence and fostering a culture of respect and safety. And whereas during Sexual Assault Awareness Month, communities across the nation unite to affirm our commitment to ending sexual violence, advocating for survivors, creating a society free from all forms of sexual misconduct. And whereas in following this year's theme, Step Forward, leaders, campesinas in South Monterey County continue to do important work around this issue and many other issues facing farm worker women. Now, therefore, the city of Soledad does hereby proclaim the month of April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We urge all citizens to join this observance by participating in educational events, supporting survivors, and promoting policies that prioritize prevention, accountability, and support for those affected by sexual assault. Let us stand together in solidarity, speaking out against sexual violence and working towards a future where every individual can live free from fear and harm. And I want to thank the leaders, campesinas, and everybody involved in working so hard. I believe that you guys are also working with our chief of police and in doing as much as you can, because we need more emphasis in this, particularly in the fields where a lot of women suffer so much and will continue to suffer if we don't stop it. We have to do something as individuals, but also as a city. And thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. So we'll move on to our last proclamation for today, and it's exciting that we get to recognize a lot of our local heroes and also our local organizations and groups. And so today is a proclamation of the City of Soledad in honor of recognition of Volunteer Appreciation Month. So we know volunteers are critical to everything that we do and critical to our communities. So whereas the month of April is designated as National Volunteer Month and a time to recognize the hard work, dedication, and passion of volunteers and national service members throughout our nation and communities. And whereas National Volunteer Month is an extension to an already established holiday week, National Volunteer Week, that was first held in 1943 in Canada. The week was dedicated to paying tribute to the unwavering contributions of women during World War II, who would collect supplies and help the wounded soldiers. It was the early 20th century that organized volunteering reached its peak. Numerous groups opened up to escalate humanitarian services, many of which are still active today, such as the Red Cross. And I know we were able to recognize them a couple of months ago. And whereas presidents of the United States throughout the years have proclaimed National Volunteer Week and Month, saluting the unparalleled services of the volunteers who have given countless hours for the betterment of mankind, communities, and the American way of life. And whereas government alone cannot meet the needs of our community, so we partner with businesses, faith-based organizations, nonprofit organizations, foundations, and individuals who serve city government and our community to make a difference. And whereas the City of Soledad is committed to encouraging volunteerism and national service among its employees, citizens, partners, businesses, and organizations. And whereas this month and every day we salute our volunteers for their unwavering service to the City of Soledad and uplift their examples to inspire toward others toward volunteerism. Now therefore, the City Council, of the City of Soledad does here proclaim the month of April 2024 as Volunteer Appreciation Month in the City of Soledad and urge our residents to volunteer in our community throughout the year. And we have a lot of volunteer opportunities coming up. By volunteering and recognizing those who serve, we promote partnership, understanding, and a collaborative problem solving in our community. So we did have, and I don't think they're here, but we did want to present this to the Soledad Lions Club and also the Lioness. I know they've been active in our community for decades and have helped in multiple events, cooking barbecues, and most recently, I know the Lioness had partnered with the city's recreation department to hold, I think it's a second event in terms of our Easter event that was canceled due to the weather, but both organizations have been really instrumental and volunteering and giving back to our community. So we want to acknowledge them although they're not here, but we want to also say thank you for the countless hours that they put in to volunteer, to give back to our families, to our kids, to our residents. So thank you. Okay, so with that, now we will pause for a few minutes. So if we have those that are here in the chambers, if we can have them come to the front, and then we can take a group photo with the council. Thank you. Now we return from our pause. Thank you. It was really nice to be able to present all of those proclamations to all the wonderful work that many of our families and organizations are doing in our community. So again, thank you to everyone. So we'll move on to our next item of business, or next item on our agenda, and this is a certification of March 5th, 2024 elections. And I will turn this over to Megan.
Thank you, Mayor. So on March 5th, 2024, we had a special municipal election, and it was held in accordance with state law. We had two candidates that ran for one vacant seat on city council. Based on the final certified results of the election, Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez was elected as council member for a two-year 8-month term, and Measure P establishing by-district elections in 5 districts in the city was defeated. The city council is required to adopt a resolution declaring the canvass of returns and results of the consolidated special election that was held on March 5th, 2024 as part of the certification process. So we recommend that the city council adopt the resolution 6062, which is a resolution of the city council of the city of Soledad declaring the canvass of returns and results of the consolidated special municipal election. And this would allow us to then administer the oath of office for our incoming council member Ansaldo Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. So, do we need to take this out to the public? Or not necessarily? No, okay. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. So, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution 6062.
So move.
Okay, second. Okay, there's, so we have a motion on the floor, Councilmember Cabrera, Mayor Pro Tem, Corralejo with a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Congratulations. Congratulations to our new council member, Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez, and also, thank you. I think I just want to say a few remarks in terms of, I know we're gonna have this item, also on our new business items, but I do want to say, to our community, I do want to acknowledge that the redistricting process was very challenging, and at times the conversations were very heated and contentious. I want to thank the residents though who attended the meetings, the ones who watched online, and those who casted their votes. Your voice was important to this process and it made the difference. I also want to thank all the council members who were part of the process, and although we didn't agree on policy decisions, we all did agree on the fact that we are here to represent the voters, of the voices of the people, and those who were vocal and those who were not. So the people have spoken, and now it's time to move forward. We have a lot of work and many exciting initiatives that are before us that will require our full attention, our focus, and our collaboration. So we are ready to move forward and get to work. So thank you. So with that, we will move on then to our next item on our agenda, which is our oath of office administered to the incoming council member. And I will turn this over to our city manager.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have the city clerk or the deputy city clerk help help with the process to administer the oath. So
Mr. Rocha and Ansaldo Sanchez, please come up.
and I did want to acknowledge that as the mayor indicated, that council member Rocha from the city of Salinas is here and doing the honor of giving the oath of office. So thank you for attending.
The oath of office, you raise your hand while you repeat what you said, okay, and then at the end, sign here, you will sign here, and then you will also sign here, Mr. Rocha. And then we'll put the date, and then, oh no, this is your signature, and this is your signature, Councilmember, okay? So leave this here.
And I don't know if we should pull the microphone up a little bit so that they can speak into the microphone.
I think I need it, but I'll use it anyways. Before I administer the oath of office to Fernando Ansaldo to the Soledad City Council, I want to give a few words. It is such a deep honor to administer the oath of office to Fernando. Not only is Fernando a true public servant, but a close personal friend of mine. And so this is a very special moment in so many ways. And so I really want to make it clear that in Fernando, you have a champion for working people. You have a champion for the city of Soledad, and someone who's always going to elevate the voices of the community. And that's what's most important. It's amazing to have someone get elected to the city council that was born and raised in this community, went out to get their education, graduate education, and is now being elected to serve the community of Soledad. Soledad, you should be very proud of being a council member. As your council member, very proud of the community he's from. You all would do amazing things, and I'm really, really proud of you, and I'm proud of the entire community of Soledad. So I'll go ahead and administer this oath of office. Fernando, can you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I state your name.
I, Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support
that I will support
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully
and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and we'll move from the back right now. So what we'll do is we'll allow you to say a few words.
Okay.
Not allow you, but you have the opportunity to say a few
You're welcome.
words. Yes, you're welcome to say a few words, and then we are gonna do a pause for about 5 minutes so that we can let the family take photos. And so go ahead.
Sounds good. Well, I just wanted to say, thank you so much to the community of Soledad, for entrusting me in this position. I'm very honored to have received the vote of the people of Soledad. As somebody that was born and raised here in the city of Soledad, I know firsthand what it's like to, grow up in a rural community. So I'm really excited to be able to get to work, for the community of Soledad. I also want to thank, my family that's here right now and my friends for all of their support during the campaign process. I know it was a little bit difficult at times because I wasn't as available to my friends and family during that time. And I really want to say thank you to them and also to the community that helped me along the campaign as well. And yeah, thank you so much.
I want to say to our community as well, thank you. Now, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, welcome to the Council of the City of Soledad. And I also want to just reiterate, in terms of moving forward to being diverse and an inclusive city, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez does become the first, the youngest, right? The youngest council member that we've had in the city of Soledad over our 100 and some years. So we're really proud of that. We're really proud of you, Fernando. And so, yeah, welcome.
Ya 30 años, 29.
So with that, we will pause for a bit and then we will come back for photos. I mean, we will pause for photos and then we'll come back to resume the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, and thank you for your flexibility of allowing us to take a few moments to have, the friends and family of our new council member, Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez, take some photos and just enjoy some of the, brief celebration, because we have a lot of items on our agenda, so thank you. So with that, we will now, return, and we will move on to our next item on our agenda, and which is our youth council report. So I don't know if we have our Commissioner Rodrigo Chavez and Liliana. I don't see them here.
We kind of let them know, just, give the pack agenda, just not to attend tonight, but just mark your calendar, May 10th, it's gonna be our big youth summit, so you can read more about that in the package.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on then to our next item on the agenda. And that is presentations. We don't have any today, so we'll move on to our consent calendar. And our consent calendar, we have items C1 to C13. So I'll start with any members of the council that wish to pull an item from the consent calendar for future discussion or for additional comment or discussion.
C10, please.
Okay. Let me move it to our public. There's any members of the public that wish to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion or comment. Don't see any from our chambers. Do we have any hands raised?
Yeah.
Okay, so seeing none, then we'll come back and I'll entertain a motion to approve items on our consent calendar with the exception of item C-10.
So
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Oh, he abstained. Okay,
No, he doesn't, I'm sorry, yeah, he has to abstain on the minutes. We can approve the minutes.
oh, okay. So with the correction, so do I need to do the
We'll
roll
just
call?
mark it in the record. We'll mark it.
Okay, so we'll mark it on the record for the abstention on item C-1 from Councilmember Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez. And all the other items have been approved by the council, and we'll move on to item C-10, and I'll turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Thank you. Yes, the reason I pulled this item was just because there had been some big changes from the last meeting we had when this item was on the agenda. And so I was just, for transparency purposes to our public, I was just hoping that staff could probably just paraphrase a little bit of the changes, and I think they're great changes. But Megan, do you think that you could?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, so, basically, we, did reach out. I think there was some direction to reach out to the provider that does the King City fireworks show, which we did. And they were able to provide, a rate, $5,000 less at $15,000 for the same show, with actually more explosions, are listed on the contract. And, their insurance is a little bit stronger. So we ended up, locking down, that vendor. We were fortunate because they had a last minute cancellation and that was allowed the availability. So the fireworks show will actually cost $15,000. The city did pay for half, as I think discussed with the 4th of July committee. So we did put down the deposit of $7,500, and we are working with our insurance to have a successful and well-insured fireworks show.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, again, thank staff for those efforts to, do some research and be able to save us $5,000. And also, of course, wanted to thank the 4th of July committee for their efforts to ensure that our city has a good fireworks show.
Great, so with that, then I'll entertain a motion to approve item C-10.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Perfect, thank you. So we'll move on then to our next item. I just want to pause for a few minutes and just say thank you to the staff. I know it's a really heavy report for today. So I just want to say thank you for giving us enough information so we can make important decisions for our community. So with that, we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which we have business, our new business. And so we do have there's 13 items. We have 12 items under new business, so we'll move forward with our new business item, resolution number 6063, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving a final subdivision map FM 2024-01 for the Soledad Marketplace located at the southeast corner of Nestles Road and Los Coches Drive. So I will turn this over to our city manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is a pretty simple project. Essentially, this is adopting the final subdivision map for the Soledad Marketplace Shopping Center. You may recall you approved on December 13th the tentative subdivision map. This is the final process in the subdivision process to split up the site. We're essentially adding another parcel and like I said, there's no changes from the tentative map that was approved on December 13th. It's more of a technical procedure that we have to do in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act. And with that, I can open it up to questions. We're interested in doing this to facilitate the continued build out of the Soledad Village Shopping Center, the Soledad Marketplace, which will include hopefully a new tractor supply. So this will facilitate that project.
Great, thank you, Megan, for that. So as we move on to our business items, and as we said, there's many of them to discuss. I want to go back and making sure that as a council, we do adhere to a process that was approved by the majority of our council members, with the exception of our new council member today. So the process will be that we're going to do questions for the council first, and then so I'll go from left to right or right to left. And if the council doesn't have any questions, then we'll pass on to the next council member, and then we'll come back for any final comments. So just to making sure that everybody has the opportunity to be heard, and that if there's any questions, we address those in the first round, and then we go into final comments. And if you don't have any final comments, they don't need to be made, but just in order to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to provide comments or questions. So with that, I will first take it out to the public to see if there's any public comments on business item number 1. And I'll look at anyone here in our chambers if there's any questions from the public on item B-1. Okay, seeing none, then we'll take it out to Zoom.
Oh, you know, I think
Because we moved this.
yeah.
Thank you. And Stephen, I can't see if there's anyone.
There's no. I see, I'll make it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so there's no comments on that, so I'll bring it back then to council. If there's any comments, and let me start with Councilmember Cabrera on my left-hand side, and then I'll work toward my right-hand side. Councilmember Cabrera, we're doing questions only at this time. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez?
No.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo?
None.
Okay. Seeing none, then if there's any final comments on this, if not, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6063.
I move that we approve resolution 6, what is it?
6063.
63.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Cabrera and a second by Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. So thank you so much, Megan, for bringing that back. And we look forward to the completion of our Soledad Marketplace. I know our community has been waiting for that, and waiting for more of the retail and commercial. So thank you for helping to expedite that process. So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda. And for today, we have resolution number 6064, the resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad to accept and approve amendment number 1 to the City of Soledad wastewater master plan and amendment number 2 to the sanitary sewer master plan to include the Miramonte project. And I will turn this over to our Public Works Director, Mr. Don Wilcox.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Don Wilcox, Public Works Director. As the staff report gives a summary and background and everything, I'll do a quick summary of that. The city did their first water master plan in 2005 for the city the size it was then. Then it wasn't until 2013 we did our first update to the water master plan and our first sanitary sewer master plan. Since then, we've done a couple of amendments as the city's grown, but the plans were pretty good. We did a financial amendment in 2021. And then during the Miramonte annexation, we had to do a major amendment to include that development. Not only the pipes and infrastructure within Miramonte, but the pipes and infrastructure throughout the city that needs to be upsized to handle Miramonte. So we have Tony Akel, who did the master plans for the city. These and the previous one, virtually going to do a brief presentation of contents of these. Unless you want to go through any of that, he's got a half a dozen slides or so. He'll go through for the highlights. Tony, are you with us?
And thank you for submitting the slides. That was helpful for us to review as well.
Fancy.
Thanks, Don. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Tony Akel with Akel Engineering Group, and I'm here to briefly present the Water System Master Plan Amendment number 1 and the Sewer System Master Plan Amendment number 2. Why master plans? What are master plans for distribution and for collection systems? The master plans are important because they provide capacity adequacy. So are the pipelines big enough to convey water to our customers? For the water system and for the collection system, they take water from the homes to the treatment plant. And they're intended to evaluate and make sure they meet a level of service that is expected by existing customers and to service future growth. What do you find in master plans? Well, it finds the what. What infrastructure improvements are needed to be constructed? When do we need them? How much do they cost? And who pays for them? Existing users and ratepayers or future developments, future users? These two elements were specifically focused on identifying improvements to service the Miramonte specific plan, the Miramonte development.
So Tony, I apologize for interrupting. I know that we do have an amazing PowerPoint that you put together, and I think that would be beneficial for our residents to also understand and follow through the conversation. If you can please put that up as well, so we can see that.
Sure.
If we can, I'm sorry, if I can do what?
If you can please share that.
Oh, I am so
on
sorry.
screen.
I have not shared my screen.
Okay, maybe we can share it?
No.
Can you see my screen?
No.
It says here that
We have access to share.
Yes. Green button at the bottom.
yeah, I tried that.
You have to select the monitor that in which you have the part one. Yeah.
Did that
that's
work?
Yes, that's working. Thank you.
All right, my apologies for that. All right, I think I've covered this slide. I know we're short on time. You have an ambitious agenda. But these amendments are intended to focus on improvements to service the Miramonte development. First, the water system master plan amendment. The focus again was on this specific development, the Miramonte. What are the tasks? The task is to make sure that from a water perspective, there are adequate pressures. And then we can provide them with sufficient firefighting capability in the event of a fire. What improvements are needed and how much do they cost? Those are the main tasks. And some pictures. You're probably very familiar with this development. You've seen it before. We are consistent with the master plan that was and the land use inventory that was developed by RJA. And this is a table that lists the land use inventory. I'm going to skip this slide. How much water? This table quantifies how much water is needed for each one of those properties that were identified, and about 1.4 million gallons per day on the average. Pressure zones. Pressure zones is important in water because we want to maintain adequate pressures. And based on elevation, if you get too high, you won't have enough pressures. So we create a new pressure zone. So when you see the different color coding here, those are different pressure zones within the city of Soledad. Each zone has its own storage to make sure it's maintained and has adequate pressures. When we look at the Miramonte, it's going to have two pressure zones, the green zone on the lower side, and then the purple zone that's called zone D here. And all the blue lines that you see are the existing pipeline, existing water lines that are serving existing customers, going to existing tanks. And all the red lines are the new pipelines that are required for servicing the Miramonte development. Then we used a computer application and we evaluated the hydraulics. And then we identified areas that can improve. And some of the areas that will improve will be the residential lots that are near the Pinnacle Peak stacks. And they are like right here in this crosshatched area. Those will need individual booster stations to get enhanced pressures. Everything else, it looks good. The pipelines that are proposed will work. The system will be adequately serviced. How much storage do we need? We need two 1 million gallon storage tanks, and this is the location of the proposed storage facilities, all the way in the higher elevations. How many pump stations? There's an existing pump station that is located right here, needs to be improved. There's a new pump station that's going to force that water to go all the way to the tank, and then it's going to come back and service and provides good pressures for this purple area. How much supply do we need? Well, we're going to need about 1,700 gallons per minute of new supply to service the Miramonte development. And we have located this spot here at the Los Coches Adobe. We might need one or more supply wells to total about 1,700 gallons per minute. And we need a transmission pipeline that connects it all the way to the system, to the existing system. This is a slide that shows the summary of the improvements that we need, and I won't go over these anymore. I think I briefly covered them. And then at the end of the day, how much do they cost and who will pay for them? There's a pretty detailed exhibit and table that identify the improvements, but at the end of the day, the total cost is approximately $20 million. 1.9 millions in 7 miles of transmission mains, storage tanks at 7 millions, some booster stations and upgrades, and some supply well facilities. And those will be needed to service the Miramonte project. And that concludes the portion on the water system. Similarly, we looked on the sewer collection side. Again, the focus was on Miramonte. We looked at what is the impact if we route all that flow in the existing sewers? Can they take it? Or do we need to do some upgrades? What improvements do we need? And the costs, how much do they cost? We also did some verification. Where are we in terms of flows? We had some flow monitors installed to make sure how much flows do we have currently going into the pipelines, just to validate how much capacity or excess capacity we have to service Miramonte. Again, this is the same land use inventory. I'm going to skip this slide. And we quantified the flows. On the wastewater, it's less flows because a lot of the water gets used by consumers. It also is used for irrigation purposes. And the rest returns to the sewer system. And in this case, we have about 0.8 on the average, 0.86 million gallon that returns to the sewer system for treatment. We also look at, on the computer application, we look at dry weather flows. When in the summertime, we look at when it rains, some of the water can trickle back into the sewer system, and so there's more flows. And our conclusion was that the existing system is in good shape. And so the blue lines here shows that that's the existing system. It shows some pipelines filling more than others, but it's all okay. So kudos to the planning of your engineering staff. Then we looked at routing the specific plan, which is located on this spot here on the north side, and through the existing system. So can we use existing pipelines? And we tried to route it on the west side on an existing pipeline, and it didn't make it. And that our conclusion was this pipeline that's existing today needs to be upgraded to a larger size so it can accommodate the Miramonte specific plan developments. Again, the blue lines are existing pipelines. The slightly brownish lines are smaller pipelines, but the red lines are new pipelines that are needed to service Miramonte. We also have few pipelines that are recommended to enhancing the level of service of the existing system, and those are just minor improvements. And again, similar to the water, we identified the costs. Costs that are needed within the system, and then costs that are needed within the specific plan. The specific plan means the area that are in the north in the area. But then remember I mentioned there's a pipeline to the west side that is existing, this pipeline right here. This is considered within the existing system, but Miramonte development is responsible for this share of the cost, while the other replacement is attributed to existing users. And then these are all pipelines that are in the north part of the system in the Miramonte development. Total of about 13 millions. 1.8 are attributed to existing users. The rest is attributed to the Miramonte development. And that concludes the presentation for the sewer system. I hope I was under 5 minutes.
Thank you, Tony, for that. I mean, I know there was 2 major documents, so thank you for being as brief as you could with the extensive information that these 2 master plans present. So thank you for that. So let me take it out to the public first, council, if you're okay with that, and then I will bring it back to council for questions.
And add some closing comments too.
Okay, so Don, go ahead and do your closing comments, and then I'll take it out to the public.
Okay, yeah, it was interesting to reduce all the work we've been doing with Akel for years into a few slides, but he did hit the high points, what infrastructure needs upgraded. 2 remaining elements of infrastructure upgrades for Miramonte that weren't covered in this is the storm drain master plan. That's being done by Chapman Wheeler. We're working out some final details because, as council's aware, the flooding that comes down San Vicente is pre-development. So we need to make sure that we take care of that as well as the flooding into the Braga farm. That's previously county pass-through flows. It'll be city flows once the annexation is complete. But we want to make sure that is mitigated. The last component is the wastewater treatment. That wasn't included necessarily in the sewer master plan. Our wastewater treatment plant or water reclamation facility has adequate capacity to treat, but not to dispose. So our water reclamation facility can treat 5.7 million gallons per day. We're at 3 now, so we have plenty of capacity. Tony mentioned Miramonte will use roughly 1.5 million gallons of fresh water a day. Maybe half of that will come to the plant, so we've got headroom there. The disposal is our problem. We only have 4.3 million gallons per day of disposal. So we will need to move forward with the long-term wastewater management plan recommendations to purchase the old CDCR plant, wastewater plant, and add infiltration basins there so we can have as much disposal capacity as we do treatment capacity. That doesn't have to happen today. Miramonte is a long-term build out. We've got 1.3 million gallons of disposal headroom right now, but at some point we're going to have to match our disposal with our treatment capacity. And I think that's pretty much everything regarding the impacts of this large development on the city's water and sewer systems.
Thank you. And thank you, Don, for those comments. So let me take it out to the public first, and then I'll bring it back for any first questions and then final comments from the council. So any members of the public that are joining us here in our chambers have any questions or comments in regards to resolution number 6064? Okay, seeing none, then any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom or on YouTube have any comments or questions? And I don't see any. Thank you. Okay, so then I'll bring it back to the council and we'll start with questions first, and then we'll go into comments, and I will start with Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, I have one question. I'm not sure if it's for Don. But you have mentioned that for disposal, there's only 4.3, and that would be a problem, and that perhaps we could get that facility that's out by the prison. And I guess my question on that is that considered county or state property?
So it is owned by the state, but there's, might have to help me with the language. It's reserved for the city of Soledad only to purchase.
Okay.
So, years ago, we paid to lease it for the first year until that got in place, or 5 years. We leased it for quite a while just for future capacity.
Yeah.
And then the legislation went through to reserve it for the city of Soledad, but we haven't purchased it yet.
Okay, and then second question is, I know that there's Campora out there. I think there's also another camp next to it, and there's some houses out there in the country, and I think even some businesses. Is that something that we can also work with them, and maybe somehow that helps us to alleviate the expenses or the cost?
The flows from those small developments wouldn't generate much income. We have plenty of capacity for small developments like that. It's just that they're outside the city and we have to work through LAFCO and the county to connect them.
Yeah.
But no, they wouldn't contribute much compared to how many home development in Miramonte? 2,400.
Yeah.
You know, 2,400 homes versus a couple of 30-unit complexes.
Yeah, got it. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Anselmo Sanchez.
Yeah, I do have one question. I'm just with the cost for both, over how much time does the cost come, and kind of where that money comes from?
So defer to Megan, but typically it's house by house contributing impact fees when they pull their permit to build.
Yeah, it's some of the infrastructure, the backbone infrastructure would be put in by the developer, some of the pipelines and stuff, but yeah, Don is correct. We assess a fair share of development for their impacts on the city, and they're required to pay that over time.
So they'll build their own, everything within Miramonte themselves, because if we build it and then charge them, they have to pay the prevailing wage. And that's typical. The developer will do all their internal pipes. We'll do the projects that Tony mentioned within the current city that need to be upsized a little bit, and they'll pay their fair share.
I think my question is pretty much the same. Who's gonna pay for all that? the $13.9 million that we described.
The 2,400 homes that develop there will each pay their fair share.
I think I was thinking something else from that.
Yeah.
There's, I noticed that when he was going over when I saw the map, it went this way and I was thinking, why is that way if it is the major development is in this area? And I remember that it goes up, right? So the pressure points, the pressure points and the pumps are in the same location?
So the wells are all down in the city and they fill our existing, we have 4 1 million gallon tanks existing, they fill those through a booster pump station. As Tony mentioned, that booster pump station will have to be upsized, so it also fills 2 new 1 million gallon tanks at the top of Miramonte. And everything's based on, we need between 43 and 90 pounds pressure to every home. So that the fire sprinklers work, the irrigation, their dishwasher, their ice maker, everything needs 40 pounds or more, so we go with 43 minimum. So that's what his computer hydraulic modeling accomplished, is to make sure all the pad elevations to be developed will have that kind of pressure. And so that's where they put their tanks and booster stations and pipes.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. So I have a couple of questions. And thank you for all the information as well, Tony, on this, but I do have a question, because I know that the information was included, but my concern is, I know we did an environmental review and water is a big portion of the environmental review process. So why wasn't that not included during that time, knowing that this was a major project, this was a major development that was gonna impact our potential facility? So I'm just a little concerned if we had an environmental review done, it was pretty extensive, why was this not included at that time?
I'm not sure the question. We did a water resources master plan that identified all the water needed for the city for the next 20 years, in addition to a water infrastructure master plan, in addition to the EIR. So the EIR probably drew from the water resources master plan. And Soledad is very fortunate. We're on one of the best aquifers in the state, but that doesn't mean we don't conserve and have to worry about will we overtap it. By memory, the water resources master plan said there's plenty in the Forebay aquifer that we're over. And then we also have a current mandate to be under stage 1 water conservation. If the drought comes back, we'll go in 2, 3, and 4. And then the state's also mandating between a 25 and 33% reduction for existing. So to follow the state mandates. But to get back to your question from the EIR, I don't remember that there was any concerns with water capacity, groundwater capacity, but it was certainly, as you mentioned, had to be addressed.
Yeah, and thank you, Don. I think for me, because I recall, this project has been in the books forever, right? But I remember when I first came in as a councilwoman in about 2016 or 17, when we were looking at it, when we surfaced and we're looking at some of those environmental impact reports. And I remember I asked about water, and if we had sufficient water, if there was any issues with water. I guess the question is, we had at that time, there was enough water to be able to absorb the impacts of that magnitude of the project, but we didn't include our wastewater treatment facility to be reviewed as part of that environmental impact report.
Yeah, so the environmental impact report does an analysis of the water that the whole system needs. And then as part of that, there are mitigations, and the mitigations are requirements to upgrade certain systems that may be deficient, or to pay their fair share of whatever upgrades that are necessary. So usually it's not unusual for new development to require right sizing pipelines or booster stations or whatnot. And so the mitigation and what we're responsible for tracking is that they actually comply with the mitigations and upgrade the infrastructure as a requirement of the development.
So Megan, with that, just I guess one of the things that for me, it's a little And I know that's part of the process, but I just want to make sure that we understand as a council that the future residents are going to bore a lot of these costs in terms of the infrastructure improvements, right? So it's not just obviously their home that they're going to purchase, but on top of that, it's all of the wrapped into that is going to be all of the infrastructure costs for this specific project.
Yeah.
So for me, my concern has been, and I stated this in several meetings way back when, is a comprehensive infrastructure analysis that was done for this project to be able to determine these additional costs, the infrastructure costs that we knew were going to come. And then also those, as you're stating, there's a 20 million and there's a 13.9 million. And if I looked at some of the slides correctly, 4.3 of those million would be attributed to us as a city, right? We would have to absorb those costs to be able to make those improvements in those areas that are within our current infrastructure.
Over the life of the development, so the roughly 20 years, yeah, the 4.3 million from the city would have to be raised for our fair share part of it.
So how would we raise that money?
Remaining infill, impact fees, water and sewer impact fees.
Yeah, so that's attributed to our fair share of the infill development, which also pays for development. In California pays its way through development impact fees, and sometimes they don't always keep track with the actual cost of things. So sometimes, as you may know, the cities do bear some costs. But that's kind of the nature of how a lot of development is occurring.
And our recent impact, water and sewer impact fees factor that in. So the impact fees are set up. So by the time the city's built out without Miramonte, the 4.3 million will be there.
So we're factoring that in. So I see Tony has his hand raised.
No, I think Don's addressing those. I was going to make a quick clarification. I think there was a question about supplies, and supplies are documented in the Urban Water Management Plan, and the Urban Water Management Plan is prepared every 5 years and submitted to the state to demonstrate that there's supply sufficiency. And for large developments, when they occur, if they haven't been covered in the Urban Water Management Plan, there's a provision to prepare a water supply assessment. A water supply assessment in addition to and refer to the Urban Water Management Plan. And I think I'm sure for this case, there was a water supply assessment that demonstrated there's sufficiency on the supply side for Miramonte and for the growth that is planned within the city. The master plans are focused on the infrastructure. Once there's supply sufficiency demonstrated, what infrastructure do we need? How much do they cost, as we mentioned at the beginning, and who pays for them? And we have to comply with AB 1600 and separate what is attributed to existing users and what is attributed to future users in the master plans in the amendment. And existing users, all the costs go to the rates, existing rates. And these are the defensible documents that your rate consultant can use to update your rates. Rates are supposed to be updated or reviewed every now and then just to make sure that you're correcting the right amount, not more, not less, from existing ratepayers and equally from developers, not more, not less. How much do they cost? And these same costs that were presented here, a consultant will use them and make sure you are collecting the proper amount and you're not losing, and providing a level of service and getting paid for that level of service justly and not losing. Without those documents, you could be estimating and then only 5 years or 10 years later finding out you were in the hole. How did we get here? These plans are getting ahead of the developments, giving you all the tools in your hands to make sure you collect the proper amount of fund and find out where fundings would come from. There'll be a lot of potential options to look at. That's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So the Urban Water Management Plan basically included Miramonte. It was Mirabel 3 then. And all it does is identify that there's enough source water, groundwater under the ground. It doesn't identify how it's going to get mined or pumped out and stored and all that. The infrastructure master plan takes care of that. But the Urban Water Management Plan is probably what the EIR used to confirm that there's adequate water supply.
No, thank you, and thank you, Tony, for clarifying. So this, what we have before us, already projects the existing development at the 2,400 homes, right, with the 650 acres. But if we do it in phases, I mean, regardless, this is the magnitude of it. And if it'll be done in phases, and we have the opportunity to look at where the money is coming from and how much of that we have and how we parcel that out for the next 20 years or whatever the length of the development is, correct?
Correct. And just to, through the chair, just to mention that this is a tool for us to make sure that development is paying. We will use this, the master plan will be our roadmap, making sure that the infrastructure is put in as it needs to be for new development.
Yeah.
And it's triggered, like it might be the first 500 homes are good with no improvements from the city.
Yeah.
And phased and triggered.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. That clarifies it for me. My only final comment, my final question would be, I know Dixie Street, obviously we had a lot of issues with that pipeline, right? And we thought it was gonna be one cost, and then obviously it was a whole lot more, and we know that those pipes are not sufficient for the pressure. So, I mean, that's factored into that 13.9 million, and then the San Vicente, because we still have, I mean, as you had mentioned, there is a lot of work that needs to be done in that for the flooding that causes, that we've been seeing for the past several years. So all of those infrastructure improvements are rolled into the 20 million and the 13.9.
So everything you showed on the maps is included in those numbers. Now, Dixie Street and other pipes throughout the city that need replaced because they're old, that comes out of the user rates fund. That was the case with Dixie. We actually used ARPA for that.
Okay.
And through the chair, we are doing a storm drain plan, which will come back. That will address a lot of the flooding that exists on San Vicente.
Right. It's basically complete for Miramonte, but we want to add a component that also alleviates the flooding we're having as well as the Baragas.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I know it's obviously a massive project, and there's been a lot of discussion in terms of the impacts and the financials. So I'm glad the council as well as the community had an opportunity to see some of the funding that is going to be needed to be able to create this massive, project. So
there is a separate funding project that addresses all funding issues associated with Miramonte. I don't know if that's come to council yet or if it's going to.
You mean the development agreement or?
There was a financial assessment.
Yes, we're working on the
Okay,
financial plan.
So yeah, the infrastructure, we just figure out, okay, what it takes and what the cost's gonna be. And based on impact fees, it should cover it, but there's a separate document that covers that, the assessment districts and things like that.
okay.
Yeah, and I misspoke through the chair, but at adoption, there needed to be a financial feasibility study that the council looked at to make sure that the development would support itself and that it wouldn't cause a massive burden on the jurisdiction. So that was produced, so you were correct. And we can share that again with council.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that said, then if any final comments on this item? And I'll just open it up to see if any of the council have any final comments on this item.
Yes, thank you. I do have some final comments. I just, the mayor asked some very great questions, and I just wanted to thank staff. And also, Tony, for the work that you guys do, that's comprehensive, and you guys are thinking about all those things, like how is this gonna get, paid? And you're able to explain it to us in simple terms, and I appreciate that. And also, I just wanted to say that I was happy to see the storm drain master plan was a part of this. And one of the main reasons is because, again, we do see the San Vicente flooding with the current crazy weather we had, especially more so last year. But it's just like a trickling effect, right? Like we see the water, but I know one year I was driving by and there was a lady like knee deep in water and her car was stuck there too, and she was on her way going into work. So it really does impact us in ways that we don't even think about, like this lady going to work. Dole probably had to close their facility that day. Then, of course, we had the crops, in the ag one that's right by there that got destroyed, and I believe it was millions of dollars, that got destroyed there, and then it all trickles down again to our residents not being able to get to work, either because there's no more fields to work or because their, place of employment is closed. And then it also comes down to our food prices. The next time we go to get vegetables, they're more expensive, or food is more expensive. So I was just, really glad to see that, because it's really, a domino effect that impacts so many, and it's been a lot of years with that issue, so I'm happy to see that then.
Thank you, and not to belittle Soledad storm drain issues, because they are impacting residents and businesses. However, they're relatively minor compared to what most other cities are going through. So Soledad's roads and storm drain system overall is in pretty good shape.
Yes, agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final comments?
Yeah, I just, new day, right, learning. Back to just commenting on the 4.3 million coming from fees. So that would come, I guess this is a question, but I guess my comment would be, if it is coming from existing residents and we're going to be thinking about increasing those fees, just doing so mindfully, because you know, on the campaign trail, right, I heard a lot of folks a little bit upset that their water bill is going up, and you know, things have to go up, especially as we're moving forward, but just having like that mindful fee growth, so it doesn't impact a lot of our community. And also maybe thinking about ways, if folks aren't home, a lot of folks travel to Mexico, for example, and finding a way for like a sort of discount on their bill for that type of favor god. But other than that, those are my own comments.
So we do, Proposition 218 requires us to do public hearings and fully disclose and justify fee increases. And we've done that on the water and sewer rates, the impact fees as well. The last update was 2021 or so, and it updated all the the impact fees and the revenues and expenditures expected up to and including Miramonte.
Okay, thank you.
I think that I'm just have to say this because everybody thanks for all the work that all of you guys do, but just so that the public understand how much you guys do, the item that we're reviewing today, the agenda and all the points have 416 pages. That tells you how much work you guys do, and I want to emphasize in thanking you for. I don't know how many times you have to read those documents, but I'm pretty sure that is not just two. And I want to thank you really, because I do read a lot and I understand how you must feel at the end of every week. And thank you so much for the work that you guys do.
Well, we appreciate that because it is a tremendous amount of work. The consultant does the heavy lifting, the hydraulic modeling, but we have to give them all the information, and then when it comes out, it has to make sense for us. We have to do some field testing to validate the model, to make sure it's accurate, and then the estimates are based on that. So yes, I appreciate that it was a lot of work.
Yeah, thank you, Don, and thank you, Tony, as well. And I know for me, I've sat on the LAFCO board and I'm kind of like Miramonte, just consumed, right? It's been part of what we discussed in the last 2 years, some very contentious, heated conversations. I think for me is growth is important to our city because we have to grow to be able to accommodate our residents in future growth. But I think for me, it's really important to be able to look at smart growth in our city. How do we do that with the capacities that we have, and also understanding, as you said, what is the augmentation to our existing services and infrastructure that's needed and most cost. And just for me, it's also looking at the financial burden, you know, that there's minimal financial burden to our existing residents and also to our future residents, right, that are going to be homeowners. So I think it's a critical project, but I also think it's really important for us to kind of keep that in mind, that as we continue to move forward, you know, smart growth is important, and minimal impacts to financial impacts to our residents is really important. So thank you for that. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6064.
So moved.
Please second. so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Don, and thank you, Tony, for all of your hard work.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, and it's resolution number 6059, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving and accepting the 2023 general plan and housing annual progress reports and authorizing its submittal to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. And I will turn this over to Ariana. Our assistant planner. Associate planner. Associate, I always want to give you the assistant title. Yes, associate planner.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I'll be having this presentation, and sharing this presentation with also our housing analyst, Lisa Gio here. So I'll be presenting a few details, and then switching it over to her, on the presentation. So let me go ahead and share my screen. We have a brief PowerPoint presentation, just so, we visually share a few details, to the public and to council. So the action tonight is to consider and adopt resolution number 6059, approving annual reports for the implementation activities for the calendar year 2023. And for the general plan and the housing element. I know the technology is a little slow right now, so I'll just let it load in the meantime. So these reports have an annual deadline of April 1st to the Office of Planning and Research and the Housing and Community Development Department, which it was also known as HCD. To ensure timely submission, staff did submit these reports on April 1st. However, we're still seeking council approval on the documents attached within your staff report. The reports in the staff report include the general plan, annual progress report, as well as the housing element annual progress report for the year 2023. A few details regarding the general plan annual progress report is in 2023 is starting the general plan process, as well as the implementing the general plan work that has been presented to council and to the planning commission, as well as the general plan advising committee. We gathered or received a few grants for different city projects for the city of Soledad, including the recycling water project, as well as REAP project, which will improve and streamline housing in the city of Soledad. And then we also focused on different economic development programs throughout the year of 2023. So the summary is provided in the staff report, and further details is seen within the annual progress report attached. And now I will send this presentation over to
I'm sorry that you're not seeing this line that we are seeing. It's not timely. What we see on our screen is different from what you see on your screen, but I'll walk you through the information. So good afternoon and welcome, Council Member Santos Sanchez. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I will cover, let me see if I can share my screen again. I really want, okay.
Yeah.
I'll walk you through the numbers. And they are in your staff report. I just don't know them by memory, so I want to make sure that I give you the right numbers. And this, for the housing element annual progress report, this one is not required to be approved by council, but we want you to be aware of where we're at with this. HCD really encourages jurisdictions to present information to council, and that's why we're here. And the main takeaway from this is where we are with our housing, with our RHNA numbers, which is our regional housing needs allocation. In the year 2023, we built a total, or we completed a total of 123 housing units in the city of Soledad. They were at different income categories, so we built 6 at low income, 18 at moderate income, and 99 above moderate. And that will give us a total of 123. This is our last cycle for the current housing element. And whatever units we didn't build within this RHNA cycle will carry over to our next RHNA, which will start with the new housing element, which is the one that we're in the process of adopting. But this will conclude this RHNA cycle, and we'll start a new one. I'm sorry that you didn't get to see the numbers. Numbers are hard to follow when I'm just telling those aloud. But that will be the information that I needed to present with regards to the housing element progress report. And if you have any questions, Ariana is here, and I am here for you.
Thank you, Ariana, and thank you, Beatriz, for providing us with that information, and thank you for timely submittal of the report on April 1st. We obviously do not want to be late to HCD, and I know we weren't able to get this through because we didn't have a council meeting last time, so I really want to appreciate your patience in moving that along. So we're not late on the reports. Let me take this out to the public to see if there's any comments from the public, and then I'll bring it back to council. So any members of the public that are joining us here that wish to comment on our resolution 6059? Okay, seeing none, then any members that are joining us via YouTube, right now I have to say YouTube, that want to comment on item number 6059? Okay, there's none, thank you. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council for questions first, and then we'll do final comments, and I'll start to my left. Councilmember Cabrera.
No, I don't have any question.
Okay. No questions, so Councilmember Sandro Sanchez.
No questions.
Okay. Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Just a quick question, if you could please repeat the arena numbers for us?
Yes, so the initial RHNA allocation at the beginning of this cycle, which it started in 2015, was 46 units for very low, 30 units for low, 35 units for moderate, and 80 units for above moderate, which was a total of 191.
I might have heard you wrong, but I had heard it was a total of 123.
Okay, you're asking for the one for this year. I was giving you the RHNA for the
Okay.
cycle, what we were responsible for,
Yes.
the ones that we produced in 2023.
Yes.
Where 0 for very low, 6 for low, 18 for moderate, and 99 for above moderate, which was a total of 123.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I was looking at the table, so we do have the table, the numbers in there, so I know it's hard to follow. So thank you. So I think for me, just, I don't have a question. It's more of a comment, so I'll wait to make my comment, when that time comes. So at this time, then, any final comments from the council? And I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
No comments.
Councilmember Sandro Sanchez?
Yeah, my only comment really is just, I know that they're coming, but just reiterating the importance of like very low income housing for our families that are currently residents here in Soledad. But other than that, no further comments.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo?
No comments at this time, thank you.
Okay, yeah, and thank you. And thank you so much, Beatriz. Thank you so much again, Ariana, for putting this together, and Megan also for making our housing element really document that we really can look at to make sure that we are planning for housing, so we don't construct it, but that we plan for it accordingly. My only comment again, and you know, in our 5th cycle of RHNA, I know you mentioned we're going into the 6th cycle of RHNA, which we're gonna require over 700 and some units to be accounted for. But I just want to reiterate, you know, the 729 units that were created over the span of the 5th RHNA cycle, only 46 of those were very low. And that was, and I know we're working towards that, so we have more of those affordable units coming. And, you know, obviously we had 637 above moderate. And that we want to make sure, especially given our population, given the documentation, not what I say, but it's in the document and the data that shows us the need for those lower income units for our families based on the income levels are really important. So I'm looking forward to the sixth cycle and making sure that we're really focusing on those lower income units that need to be met, that we didn't meet in this cycle.
Yes, and if you remember, we recently purchased 540 Catalan, so that will be, we are gonna have a lot of discretion on the type of units that are built there, and we know that there's gonna be, all of them are gonna be affordable, and we have more discretion on the affordability tiers.
Absolutely, so look forward to that. So with that, then I will entertain a motion to accept resolution number 6059.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to business item 4. Receive the status update on approved American Rescue Plan Act projects and approve recommended modifications as presented, and I will turn this over to Mike.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's good to be with you this evening. We want to give an update on our ARPA funds. And I'm not going to go through, as the mayor has mentioned multiple times, we have a very lengthy agenda this evening. So I just want to highlight, this is the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 was a historic event. This was the first time in history that the federal government has pushed funds down to all the local agencies. It was a $1.9 trillion plan, of which the city of Soledad received $6,285,000. We held several meetings at the time that we received these funds. This is also unique in that the funds were advanced. These were not reimbursable funds, which typically that's what you see, where you have to spend and then get reimbursed. These funds were given to us in advance. So the city has received the full $6.2 million. Multiple meetings were held. City council ultimately approved a budget to allocate the funds. And that original budget had $4 million going to public works, $1 million going to economic development, $585,000 going to parks and recreation, $400,000 going to the police department, and $300,000 going to information technology. The ARPA funds do come with some pretty tight restrictions and some specific requirements. After the first year of the passage of this, the federal government received multiple requests that these restrictions be lightened up for small jurisdictions like the city of Soledad. I myself wrote a letter to the federal government requesting the same thing. So about a year into the program, they came up with a $10 million exclusion, meaning that any agency could claim the $10 million exclusion regardless of the amount of money you received. And for that $10 million, you had much more latitude on how you spent the money instead of these specific items. But at the time that we adopted the first budget, we were still under the very strict rules that we were operating under. So we have on file that we are participating with the $10 million exclusion. We still have some specific guidelines. The funds cannot be used to retire debt. The funds cannot be used to pay off pension obligations, and the funds cannot be used to create a rainy day fund, essentially put it in fund balance. The funds are intended to be spent and stimulate our economy. We also have a very tight time frame on when we can expend these funds. All funds need to be expended by December of 2024, with one exception. And the exception is that if by December of 2024, we have a project that is legally committed, meaning that we have gone through the process, we've bid the project, and we have signed all of the paperwork saying that we are committed to that contractor to spend the money, we can have until December of 2026. We don't want to miss out on leaving any of these dollars on the table. And so we are recommending this evening that we reallocate some of the projects to projects that are still important to the city, projects that would be done within the general fund reserves anyway. So this will help shore up our reserves. And they are projects that can be done quickly. Many of these projects could be done within the time frame of December to have them completed by December of 2024. I think you were just passed out. So there's two parts to this. So the first was to give you an idea of how much we've spent. We've spent roughly half of it. We've spent about $3.4 million so far, and that's through March. The most major project we did was the Dixie line replacement that has been mentioned this evening. For various reasons outside of the city's control, that project took longer than anticipated, many of it being a demand on supplies. If you can imagine, this is $1.9 trillion worth of money that went out. And this is why contractors charge more money, because there were more projects to do than there were people to do the projects within a confined amount of time. The item that was, the other paper that was passed out at the dais this evening gives you a comparison of where we're recommending to shift the projects. We're recommending the largest project that we would not do would be the Soledad Kidder East Line replacement, just given the time that it might take to finish that project. And we think those resources could be better spent on other projects that are needed and can be completed quickly. Some of those would be the fire app bay. We need to complete that app bay for the engine that is coming at the end of this year. And to complete that project, we would have used general fund reserves. We're recommending that we use the ARPA funds to do that and leave our reserves alone. We also have a public works modular that's coming up, a couple items behind me for you to approve. Should you approve this reallocation, we're ready to go with that, and we believe we can have that in place. It's very, very needed at the courtyard. If you've ever been out there and seen some of the conditions that our employees are working under right now. Then we have some generators and some other miscellaneous things. One of the things that the council already has approved as part of a reallocation was the purchase of 540 Gavilan. That purchase has been completed. We had roughly $1.3 million in our housing fund, and the balance of that the council approved to come from our ARPA funds to secure that piece of property. So you'll see that reallocation in the economic development department. We are recommending pulling back on the facade program and on the business grant program. The main reason on the business grant program is that we, since ARPA received a CDBG grant for $750,000 for business loans, we believe it is better utilization of funds to use the CDBG grant as opposed to ARPA dollars, where the ARPA dollars could bring in some infrastructure and other capital projects that we need in the city. And the pullback of the facade, we're not saying the facade is not important. We believe it's important. We want to perhaps propose an ongoing program in our fiscal budgets on an annual basis, but to have something a little bit more manageable. We've struggled a little bit with some of the facade projects. Some of them have been completed successfully. Some that were awarded have been out there for over 18 months and have not been completed. So we're a little bit concerned given our time frame of having to have money spent by December of 2024. For the Parks and Recreation, we're recommending that we allocate a little bit more for the kitchen. That is out to bid right now, the kitchen remodel. That's a project we've been talking about for some time now. And that we would also take an opportunity to redo the HVAC system, which really needs to be done at the community center. And this gives us an opportunity to do that. And again, a project that we can do quickly. In the police department, we're saying we want to allocate another $90,000 there for new cameras. These are flock cameras. I don't know all of the technical stuff with them, but we would, they would be lining and take care of the corridor of 101 at Soledad. We would be able to connect these with all of the local jurisdictions. The event that happened in King City, had we had these types of cameras and technology, we would have been able to trace that vehicle all the way down the 101 corridor. So some agencies have them, some do not. There are current discussions for the agencies to come together and acquire this technology throughout our corridor so that we can, our law enforcement can work together and we can merge these systems together. For information technology, just some minor changes there, but no reallocation of the budget. So again, tonight, staff is asking for the council to approve the reallocation of these ARPA funds so that we can work diligently to expend them all by December 31st and not leave any of this $6.2 million on the table and do some really good projects for the city of Soledad. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mike, for that informative update in regards to where we're at with ARPA and some other projects that we have completed and the remaining funding. So what I'll do is let me take it out to the public to see if there's any public comments, and then I'll bring it back to council again to follow the same procedure. So any members of the public that are joining us here in our chambers that wish to make any comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to the public. And I do see a hand raised. Mr. Reynosa, do you want to unmute yourself? Okay, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I applied for the facade program since last year, submitted all the applications. I had a very difficult time getting estimates, and by the time I got it, it was roughly around November by the time I finished, and I haven't had any results yet. They've been calling me to see if the program's still there or if they're going to move forward on these applications I did in order to finish these facade programs I have on the buildings on Front Street. I haven't had any results or any questions answered since I had submitted it last year. Like he said, they want to redo, use the money for something else, but I mean, I went through a lot of effort to get this, the paperwork together and get the estimates and try to get those facade programs for the buildings on Front Street. And I still haven't seen any results. As he says, it's other people haven't done them, but for my instance, for my applications, I haven't heard anything. And I'm just waiting so I can do it. Awnings for one building, paint, stucco, and I'm still in the dark.
Thank you for your comments. So we'll have our economic development director is here. Kanu, if you want to make any comments in regards to the application process for Mr. Reynosa and where just the status.
Yes, so council, thank you so much. My name is Kanu Yang. I am the Community and Economic Development Director here at the City of Soledad. And in regards of the facade program and the applications that were coming in, we did receive numerous applications, and they were on a first come first served basis in regards to reviewing the program for the specific application. Due to the Community and Economic Development Department having a lack of staffing, it was really hard to go through all the applications and still do a lot of the other projects that were happening within the city, especially a lot of the housing projects that were happening. So when we started to then review, going through the stack of the applications, we did finally get to Mr. Reynolds's application, but at that point, we were already, re-looking at how the facade program was actually benefiting or trying to benefit the community. And after speaking with the city manager and also with the finance director, we came to the conclusion that it's probably best for us to then maybe do a new update to the facade program so then we can be more effective in regards of the actual community and be able to help the local businesses and make it more uniform, but also make it more standard per our downtown specific plan. So in regards of Mr. Reynos's question, I will go ahead and see if I can get your application and then give you a scheduled time to speak with you in regards of that. And we can definitely talk about it at my office.
Thank you.
If I also make a comment, if you'll notice on the total expenditures, we've spent about $96,000 to date on the facade program, but we've left $180,000 in the program. Some of those are projects that were pending to be approved that we didn't want to pull the money back from. And I don't know specifically where this project is. And like I mentioned, we have other projects that we're considering actually taking back because they were awarded in 2022 and they've not done anything since it was awarded. And so it might be, a better use of some funds if that applicant isn't going to move on the award that they were given, then we give it to somebody else who's more serious about moving forward.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I think we all agree that this is probably a good program to look at. The biggest fear we have is leaving money on the table because we would have to rely on the facade folks to actually complete the project more or less by June of this year, because we still would have to collect receipts to reimburse them by December 2024. So we've, suggested that maybe looking at the upcoming budget year and, redoing or restarting the facade program may be a better approach, and it will also put less pressure on the businesses to perform in a very difficult time crunch.
Thank you, Megan. So is there any, so let me just finish with those that are joining us via Zoom. Are there any others that wish to make comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it back to the council for questions first and then comments, and I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, I have a question. It might be more of a kind of question. But my question was, Mr. Reynoso brought up that he had not been contacted at all. And it sounds like he submitted his application a while back, and I do understand that you're understaffed and you're fairly new as well. So thank you. But I did just want to know, has every applicant been contacted, or do we know where we're at on that?
Currently right now, my economic development coordinator and I are actually looking through the list of applicants, and we are currently working up a formal letter to those applicants, the ones that we feel are not going to be able to meet the deadline, and they will be receiving a formal letter stating that. In regards of the actual letter, the content in the letter, it will indicate that we as a city are looking into revamping our facade program, so then we can then find more additional funding, so then we can keep their application still, and then be able to have that to utilize for the next further process.
Okay, and then my next question is, how many businesses have gone successfully through the facade program?
I believe there's about eight or nine that already went through the facade program. Some of them have I think out of the 8, 4 of them have been completed, and I think 4 are still pending in regards of reimbursement.
Yeah. Okay, I only have 2 more questions.
No, that's okay.
Was there And you might not know this, but Megan might be able to jump in. Was there a workshop or something that was done prior to the facade, kind of like we do for the ADUs, how we do for different things?
There was something that was done. I think what we're realizing is that, in developing the program, it was kind of hard for folks to, for small business owners to figure out, what the design needed to be. You know, we had a lot of people submitting, for example, sign that didn't meet the downtown, specific plan standard. So I think what we're thinking is revamping the program, if this is the direction council wants us to go in, and maybe providing actually a little bit more specifics. That's what I think King City did, and they seem to have a really successful model where they had an architect who came on board who kind of guided them on what designs would work and comply with the zoning, in our case, a specific plan. And then, you know, assist a few of the business owners through the process. We can also be a little bit more strategic about location. You know, again, depending on the guidance that council provides, because I know that there's an interest in having visual impact, and sometimes when you spread the facades out too much, you don't really make that kind of visual impact that I think council is hoping for with the program. But yes, there was an initial outreach effort, and
yeah, okay, thank you. My last question is probably for Mike. I don't know a lot about photography, but I was just curious when it came to the block camera. Am I saying it correctly? Yeah, what exactly is that? It's just a camera that's on the highway and captures?
I'm gonna actually let our chief explain that, because it will actually be able to get the vehicle, and it has some enhanced technology that is different than the citywide cameras that we have within the city.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, the flock camera will actually give us an alert and track a vehicle. If something happened, like the shooting down in King City, the vehicle they were looking for, it will actually track that vehicle. If it comes by, it will let us know times, dates. It will give us license plate numbers. We can track by color of vehicle, make of vehicle, model of vehicle. All of the things that our camera system right now doesn't do, these new cameras will do. And they can be linked up from King City all the way to Salinas. So we could actually track, if we would have had this technology when the shooting happened and that vehicle was actually going up the freeway, we could track that vehicle all the way to where it was going, and be able to stop it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
and through the chair, just to add, there was a recent news story about an arrest that was made on a rape case in Marina through this same technology, through this camera, LPR, license plate reader function. So
And speaking of the flock cameras, I don't know whether you recently heard, but the governor just, the state of California is gonna pay, I think it's 1.8 or $1.9 million to install these exact same cameras in the city of Oakland, because of the crime that's happening in Oakland.
And we just heard today that the county, as part of their budget deliberations with the county, we met with Supervisor Lopez, and that this was introduced also through the sheriff's department because of the former police chief from King City, that they're also considering that and looking at that as a budget item, as well as the city of Salinas, I believe, has that as well.
Just to add on to that, we had a meeting yesterday, with all the South County agencies about getting this technology and all of us linking together on this thing. And the sheriff's department is talking about bringing some of their cameras down to us into our areas outside the cities that we don't have cameras.
so that we can link our cameras up with their cameras, and anything on the Metz Road, River Road corridor, anything like that, we'll be able to link up with that and track them that way as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, and that would have assisted also with the murders that we had out in Los Coches in February.
Absolutely, we're looking at putting a camera right out there at the old Adobe, because if they would have come in that way, either way they would have gone on the freeway, it would have caught them right there, and it would have alerted us and anybody else that's on the block system to that car.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, so in the essence of time, let's move on. So I will move on to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Oh, sorry, Chief, can you come back up? I just wanted to, I guess, ask a question about how often these are being viewed, and I'm only asking just in case the community has privacy concerns. I know I spoke with Megan about this already when we met today, but I also wanted just to let the public know as well how these will be used, when they will be looked at, and if they're only looked at when keying and stuff like that.
That's the only time they're looked at, is when we get a notification. I know the privacy concerns with the cameras are a big issue. There is no way we have people sit and monitor cameras all the time. It would be a 24/7 job, and we would have to pay somebody to do that. We don't have time for that. Most of the cameras we have now, we've gone back and reviewed, and that's where we've solved the cases from. This new system will give us alerts that our cameras don't give us now, so that we can jump on the camera system and start tracking vehicles like that. We don't have time to monitor cameras or watch people or any of that stuff. So privacy concerns aren't a big issue with this. We only use them when the crime's been committed or when we get a notification.
Awesome, thank you. I do have another question concerning the Soledad Kidder East Line replacement. I know that the budget has been revised, and I'm wondering where it will come from then, if it's not coming from the ARPA budget, where that money will come from for that.
So that project is already slated in our rate study plan. So when our rate study was approved, this is part of our 5-year rate study, we were in the early stages of the ARPA funding. One of the specific allocations was for the replacement of water and sewer lines that were aged. And these two were selected primarily because they were early in on the rate study plan. So we were taking those out and using ARPA dollars and not ratepayer dollars. And so that project will just go back into the plan that it came out of.
And then for any of the projects that are completed and we come under budget, will there be time for us to know before the end of December?
If the project is not going to be completed, or
both not completed, and if it's a little under budget, right?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We're gonna be watching this like a hawk. We actually, in our executive meeting, we look at these numbers every month. I let staff know where we are with each of the budgets every month, so that we know if we look like the slate that we're giving you this evening, if we find a project that looks like it's not gonna make it, we're gonna probably make another reallocation and come before the council, because as has been mentioned and city manager has mentioned, we are determined to not leave any of this money on the table.
Good, okay, awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first one has to do with those individuals or those business that did not submit the applications for the facade program. But you said that some of those who got it, they still haven't made the required changes. Did they get the money, or they have to submit receipts to refund?
They have to submit receipts.
Okay.
The facade program was all predicated on a reimbursement program.
Oh, perfect.
So they had a grant award of X number of dollars. They have not moved to spend those dollars.
Okay, So, and I figure that we have plenty of those, well, not plenty, but enough people that haven't submitted those refunds. And we also have people that never got an answer, like Mr. Reynoso. And so I do support the idea of creating a facade program that is a continuous effort, not only because we wanna make Soledad beautiful, but because we also wanna transmit something, share something with the city. And I've been in a couple of cities in which whenever they wanna project something, there is like a theme that they use, kind of like a trademark that identifies the city. And maybe in this remodeling, they can include that little, I don't know, like the symbol or the phrase happening in Soledad, or siempre Soledad, or something that inspires people, that make a connection in all the businesses that are in Soledad, and also so that we can include other businesses, because I know a few businesses that submitted the application under the first base, and then they were told that because the money was going to be focusing in the Front Street, they did not qualify, and that will give the opportunity to other businesses to submit their application and try to get the Soledad feeling in all the business community that we have.
And I support what the city manager has said. We really need to take a step back and look at how we're going to methodically roll out a facade program. We need to have a vision of what do we want Front Street to look like. And so as we approve these types of projects, we need to just make sure that the vision, we're going to spend a lot of money redoing Front Street in the coming years. I mean, we had it on the budget this year. It's not done yet. It's going out to bid soon. It's going to carry over into the next fiscal year. So we're already going to do some significant improvements to the roads and the look of downtown. We need to have a methodical approach. We need to just take a step back and make sure that what we're doing is enhancing the vision of what the council and the city really wants for that part of downtown. And then we can expand that to other areas of the town where we want to improve the look there.
Okay, so regroup, rethink, and repurpose.
That's right.
Yeah, the other thing that I also had a comment about the cameras, but I guess in those cameras will be on continuously, right? They will be recording. There's not gonna be somebody monitoring the cameras or whatever is happening, but they will be on so that in case that we have to go back and review something for any emergency or any crime committed, we will have that video, right?
Correct. It will hold video for up to 30 days, and then it'll start overwriting it. So anything that happens within that 30-day period, we will be able to go back. If something does happen, we can go to the cameras and we can watch them live stream. So we can actually be there and we can tell, the folks out in the field, hey, this is what's going on. This is where the car is going, things like that. And while that's going on, it will record that for evidentiary purpose.
Are we gonna have the ability, and you said that it's gonna erase it after 30 days, so it's gonna host it somewhere else, or?
No, it will just hold it for 30 days and that's it. And then it'll overwrite it unless we need it for something. And then we can save it from there.
Okay.
And that's pretty much what our camera system does now, about 30 days.
30 days.
Because that's a lot of
storage. That's what I was wondering. Like, we're gonna need a whole room like this.
Yeah, no, and it's all gonna go to the cloud. It's all gonna, so we won't have to worry about adding additional storage for the cameras. Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So I just have a couple of questions and then we'll go on to our final comments, and we don't have to make final comments if we don't need to, but we're gonna follow the process. So I just, for me, I wanna say in terms of the facade program is, I wanna, yes, we wanna go back and take a look at it. I also wanna know where that money's gonna come from. I think, the facade program and the ARPA dollars, as you said, Mike, they're historic, they're one time. They were never given to cities before directly because it usually comes through the counties or through the state. And Cal Cities fought really hard to get this money to each individual city, which we did, and we thank the Congress for approving that. But when we were having those discussions about the facade program, there was a lot of discussion, if you recall, especially with our economic development team, that we did want it specific, that we did want, the corridor to be concentrated on because there wasn't a lot of money, was gonna be our downtown, and it didn't extend to past, the corridor of Front Street, the underpass, and I know we painted the hotel with ARPA dollars, but the initial conversations that I recall the council having was that we wanted it to be concentrated in our downtown because we had the money and we wanted to make that greater impact visually, right? Because we had those dollars. So I know we had the workshops were done with the businesses. I know for me, I asked for renderings and said, we have a downtown specific plan. The renderings in the downtown specific plan that was developed many, many moons ago, some of that was still relevant. And I had, requested, how do we go back, look at what's relevant, what's not? But the renderings that had been there had the color schemes, right? And I think that's the thing that we were asking for was, where's this color scheme? Which are the priority areas that we want to improve, which is really the exterior, not so much the interior, but it was for the exterior, the awnings, the painting, the signs. And so I thought we provided enough direction to staff to be able to put those renderings together. I know I had asked several times, where are those renderings? Because it makes it easier when people know what is our color scheme. So I guess my question is, where are those renderings? Did that even happen? Because I thought that was a direction that we've given and, at least for me as a council that approved these dollars. And I know I was the one that brought forth the facade program because I know how important that was to our small businesses. I did it and the council approved it, but because of that, right? Because we wanted to see that immediate dollars being utilized to visually improve our city. So I'm a little just taken aback that it's all over the place. We only had 8, there's still applications, and I get it that we've had staffing turnover. But one is, where is that for, those renderings or those designs that we as a council had asked for to be provided to our business, our, small businesses to be able to look at that.
So unfortunately, as the finance guy, I can't tell you where those are because I haven't necessarily seen them, and maybe the city manager can. I don't know if she's seen them either.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure that direction was, initially, followed, in the program. Subsequently, I'm very grateful that, Canoe has, joined us. She has, worked with ELS to get some ideas of how to take the downtown plan and apply it to Front Street. So we actually did, have them do a couple of, renderings, and that I think we're anxious to kind of refresh and regroup and implement as we understood council wanted to see it happen. So I know that Canoe is very committed to doing so, and so is Tensia. And so I think in terms of where the money would come from, there would be a decision I think that council could make if there was interest in allocating some resources through our budgeting process. We're a little bit afraid of continuing to use ARPA dollars mainly because of the expenditure deadline. So we can actually shift monies to things that we know we'll spend that we would have used general fund, as Mike said, reserve for other things. So we can sort of shift this off of the ARPA funds and other things to the ARPA funds, but we would essentially be freeing up some money by doing that could be reallocated through the budget process to this.
Thank you, Megan. So I guess for me, my concern is obviously when we come to budget time, there's always all these projects, right? And all of these things that we have to consider. So, you know, one is, it's a shame, I'll just say that because I feel, you know, just compelled that we didn't complete that, but, so just, you know, in terms of the facade improvement program, and I think it's really instrumental as we're doing all of the updates, right, to downtown. So I think for council is just to really consider where that money is going to come from. If we want that to be sustainable, then we have to look at the budget sources and where we can allocate enough funding that'll make an impact, and then come back and look at where are those renderings, how do we get those? I know we have them for the ADU, so I know the staff has done a great job in terms of, here's the plans for the 4 or 3 models of the ADU, and something similar to that, I think is what we have been asking for this specific project. So if we could have that similar. So thank you for that. So my other question is on the 180 that is still left from the Front Street, from the facade program. We still have 180 left, right? So we're shifting the other, but there's still 180 left. So that still can suffice for the other applications that are in the queue. If, you know, I know Mr. Reynoso talked about, you know, he's been waiting, and if his application was submitted already in the past, and I get their staffing issues, but I don't think it's fair that applicants had submitted their application and they weren't reviewed on a timely manner. So I guess I just want to make sure that we're honoring those applicants that did submit an application during that timeline. And then, as you said, the ones that in the MOUs or whatever we, you know, whatever instrument we used to secure or to enter into an agreement with those property owners, did we give a timeline? Like, you need to complete this by this time or else your funding will be, you know, brought back. If not, that we really consider that for future is, you know, any grants that we give or any funding is, here's a timeline.
Going back to the 10,000 that there, again, 96,000 of that has already been spent and has been reimbursed. The other roughly half of it is out there because of either pending what I understood them to be pending approval, and they're ready to move forward, and ones that have not moved, like the one we were just talking about. So if that one gets pulled back, it makes room for another one to come in. But we'll have to look at those agreements.
Yeah, and just to add, a lot of it is about ability to move forward in the time frame that they have to with the ARPA funds. So we prioritize the ones that had been approved that have already contractors in place and ready to go. Some of them, and I don't know, we can go back and see where Mr. Reynoso falls. I don't think he's at the same point as some of these other ones that have also been in the queue since 2022 even. So we did prioritize based on, I think as Kanu mentioned, the ones that came in first. Again, that doesn't mean that we can't look at continuing the program in a smaller form if that's council's decision, but we're really just trying to safeguard the ARPA money by not having, you know, $100,000 out there and facade grants that they haven't been able to move forward, and then now we don't have $100,000 that we could have spent.
Because remember, one of the requirements in order to use the exception to go beyond December of 2024 is it has to be legally committed money.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult for us to say that a facade grant is legally committed money, and because we're dependent on somebody else to do the work. And so I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. It is, you know, I think we had big hopes to take some big dollars and move it forward. We, you know, maybe we bit off a little bit more than we should have. I don't know. But we've done a lot of great things with the ARPA dollars. This one item, wasn't as successful. I mean, let's just say that it wasn't as successful as we hoped, but that doesn't mean that we can't have this ongoing program. King City was brought up. King City did basically the same thing they did it pre-ARPA. They allocated $50,000 a year and only did one or, it was basically 2 or 3 projects a year. And they just kind of chalked through their downtown. And if anybody's been down there recently, they've made some pretty significant improvements to their downtown.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, thank you for that. So I just want to ask if this can be brought to us, or at least a report for the council on where we're at with the facade, the money that we do have, what's been spent, what's been remaining, and then where we're at with those businesses and the ones that have not performed, and, take a look at it and, allocate it somewhere else where it could be spent. So, okay, those are all the questions I have. So now we'll go into final comments. If anyone has any final comments on this item. And again, we don't have to make final comments, but if anybody has any final comments, this is a time to do that.
I do, through the chair, I do have a final comment only because we really focused on the facade program, and I just, want to agree that yes, it was unfortunately an unsuccessful program. I think we, are all disappointed, but we did have good intentions as a council and as a community economic development department. I do want to say that there was, I think sometimes timing comes into things. And I know that the Community and Economic Development Department, it's a fairly new program. I don't know if our public's aware of that. I think it started in 2020, I want to say. And we didn't have a director when it first started. And then, unfortunately, we lost our housing coordinator, which that took a while to hire someone. And then we lost our development, our director. And so it's been, a lot of juggling. I know Megan came with a lot of experience when it comes to that, and she was, very instrumental. But again, she, has to oversee the whole city and manage it. And Canoe, you're very new, I want to say a couple of months maybe. So, I just want the public to know that we did have good intentions. I think we sometimes learn from our mistakes. And, this is gonna come back as the mayor, brought up, back to the council. I think everyone that's here wants to work with our businesses. They're important to us. And also I just wanna, my last comment is just with regards to the business owners. I understand as a fellow business owners that sometimes they're working with their hands. Sometimes their specialty is baking cakes or making you a banana split, and it's not so much, with paperwork or decorating or upgrading. So, I think I want to say lesson learned. And, I hope that we move forward from here and that we're able to get a program that is going to work for our city as well as for our business owners.
Okay, thank you.
I also have a couple comments. I want to start off by saying that staff does a really good job. I'm sure that I do want to just reiterate the fact to, try to get back to folks. I know that staffing is an issue, but, 5 months is a little bit long, right? To not really hear anything back. I know I've been in that position and it's not a good feeling. I also want to say that if we do move forward with some other type of facade programs to prioritize those that have already applied, like Mr. Reynoso, and also assisting in updating their application, if there are any other new requirements, and making sure that we're working with those folks that have already applied so that they know that we do see them, and if things need to change, that we're willing to work with them to change those things. But other than that, those are my only comments.
Thank you.
I just want to say that we mentioned King City a couple of times, right? So let's take what worked for them and apply it to us, and specify timelines. If you don't apply for this, then you have to go back to the end of the line, so that we could keep moving forward, and it is both our and their responsibility to be able to comply with those requirements. Thank you so much for your work.
Yeah, thank you. And just my final comments again, I also want the public to know that, this council is committed to economic development, and just for reference, we've always had an economic development department. So when I came in 2016, we had an economic development department. It was one person, so we did have it. And the council went through prioritizing that economic development was important. So, you know, it's grown since then. So I know it's evolved, and I understand that staff comes and goes, and it's been a difficult time. But I also want to know, and I also want the public to know that our role as elected officials is really to set that and establish that policy. And I think the policy on the program for the facade, I think we provided the information. But I think it's important that we work closely with staff as well, and that, you know, we place thoughtful programs out, you know, to be able to be funded with clear guidelines. I know that's been an issue with the council and the staff, and I see that. So I think it's really important and incumbent on us as policy makers to make sure that the direction that is given is really clear in terms of what we're asking, what, you know, guidelines and framework and all of that. So, you know, I really want to thank our team, because I know that they do a lot, our staff for the city, given the size of the city, for what we do. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone. And then I also just chief on, I know when we met with Senator Caballero and the chiefs across the South County, the camera, I know she did ask for a proposal specifically for the camera portion. So I don't know if you had those dialogues, or if you can in the future have those dialogues with the chiefs to see if there's going to be a proposal that's going to be submitted for the camera system, or other issues that you guys have brought up to her to be able to address some of the criminal activity that has happened in our South County cities. So with that, thank you to the public, and thank you to our team, our staff. Thank you for all the work that you do. So with that, then I will entertain a motion to approve. Oh no, this is receive the status update, and we have to recommend to make modifications. So is there, we need an approval? A motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the American Rescue Plan Act projects as recommended, as modifications that were presented to us tonight.
So
Okay, so I have a first, a second. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item. And this is our business item number 5, review of fiscal year 2023-24 mid-year financial report and consideration of mid-year budget adjustments and position reclassifications in the Public Works Department. So I will turn this over to Mike again.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the time of year that we bring forward just a mid-year look to let you see how we're doing financially for the fiscal year. I'm in the interest of time, I'm gonna just really highlight the report. Financially, we're right on target. We're pretty much on target of where our budget is. The mid-year report is an important report because that's at the point where we receive half of our property taxes, and our property taxes are a significant portion of our revenue. And that tells us kind of where we see in there. So from a financial standpoint, we are right on target of where we expect to be. We are only making some minor or recommending some minor budget adjustments, and those are actually related to revenue sources. And I'll talk about those. And then it's also to acknowledge and put in the budget the receipt of the $750,000 CDBG grant, as well as the expenditure side to start issuing those loans. So let me just step back a little bit. So just to highlight some of the highlights of our financial performance, things are, like I mentioned, are going really well. All of our expenditures are staying in line with the appropriations given by council for our original budget. So we're not making any recommendations to modify of those. This is now the 3rd year in a row that we have come before the council without requesting additional appropriations. Staff is doing an outstanding job of actually staying within the committed budget that we have. One thing of note on the financial side, and I'm usually not one to really tout my own corner, pat myself on the back, but your finance department has actually become a revenue producing department. We are no longer a cost center, if you will. We've been able to take advantage of the markets, and in the calendar year 2023, your finance department brought into the city $1.8 million of interest earnings. That money is spread across all of the funds on a percentage basis based on the amount of cash that each fund holds to the total. So the general fund gets a pretty good chunk, so does our capital reserve, and so does the ARPA dollars. So kind of all of that, we're getting a pretty good chunk there. Our ratepayers, we have, sizable reserves in our sewer and water funds. Those funds are also benefiting by the higher interest rates. We don't know how long this will last, but as long as it lasts, we're going to take full advantage of it. And so just basically, so you know how this works, is I basically perform a true treasury function where every morning first thing I do is I log into the bank, and I only keep in the operating account exactly what I need to pay the checks that have been issued. Everything else moves back into the interest-bearing account. So I'm moving money on a daily basis. So as deposits come in, those deposits are immediately coming out of our non-interest-bearing checking account and moved into an interest-bearing account. As we need them, we pull them back out. So that's how we're able to generate the kind of revenues that we've done over the last year. So we're going to continue to do that as long as we can. If there's going to be high inflation, we may as well take advantage of it. We do have some other revenue sources that are coming in a little bit higher. VLF is one of them, but we're not recommending a change just because the RPTTF money, which is our excess ROPS money, if you will, that we don't know that. We'll know that at the end of this month. So at the end of this month, when we get our property tax allocation, we'll know that. Once the marketplace starts building, we're going to see that money go up quite a bit because the assessed values of the former RDA will go up once those buildings are finished. So every time I drive out there, I'm just like, okay, there's one more brick on that building that's going up, and it's closer to being assessed, and we're gonna get a few more money. And they just started painting Dutch Bros, so there's a little bit more money coming up that's closer to a little bit more. I think about it a little bit different. I just see the money coming in. So the one thing that we are requesting in our budget, and it's a no cost item, and it's a reallocation or it's some flexibility in hiring. We have some very difficult positions to hire, and that is in our engineering department. We've had the city engineer position open, or the associate engineer position open for over 2 years. They're very difficult positions to fill. So what staff is requesting is that we not increase our total head count. So there's 2 positions approved for that between the engineer and the associate engineer. What we're saying is, what we're asking for is that we fly positions for 4 positions. It would be a city engineer, a water reclamation manager, an associate engineer, or a management analyst. We would only hire 2. The intent would be to hire at the engineering level, because that's what we wanted to do. We find an engineer, great, we fill that one. We don't fill the water reclamation manager. But if we find a candidate that's a really good water reclamation manager, and we don't have any candidates for the city engineer, we want the flexibility to hire that position, and then now freeze the city engineer and not hire the city engineer position. But we need a level within our public works department to do some of that higher level work that needs to get done and relieve some pressure within the department. So that's the one. There's no financial impact for this, because if one of the alternate positions were filled, they are at a lower pay scale than what was already budgeted for the 2 engineering positions. And realistically, we probably wouldn't fill a position between now and June, just given the time frame that it is to go out and recruit, get the applications, do the interview process, and onboard somebody. But we would be able to build that into next year's budget. So again, we're not asking for an increase in headcount. It's just the flexibility of hiring a position for these hard to fill positions, because they have sat vacant for up to 2 years. With that, everything else is operating as it should be, and I'm pleased to give you that report, so I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for finding us $1.8 million. We appreciate that. So let me take it out to the public first, and then I'll bring it back to council to do our rounds of questions and then comments. Any members of the public that are joining us here in our chamber wish to make any comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to those that are joining us on our YouTube, and I do have one hand raised, Mr. Manuel Vidales Coste, if you can unmute yourself. Hello, Manuel, can you hear me? Can I allow to unmute him? No, I cannot. Okay, so Jose Manuel Vidales, if you can unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself, yeah, we can't hear you. Okay, can I ask you again to unmute yourself? So you have to do that, that's your function, if you can unmute yourself, please. Okay, so we.
You don't have host capabilities?
I don't think I do. I'm a panelist, but I can't.
Oh, panelists
Don't have host capabilities?
Do you want me to go check?
Only if you are a co-host, you will be able to do
it.
Yeah, typically they're able to unmute. Okay, Mr. Jose, we're trying to unmute you. We want to make sure that, okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can, and I'm sorry, it's your number is under Jordi Jose Manuel. So if you
Yes.
wanted to state your name.
Well, actually, I'm Ana Vidales. I'm the other interpreter.
Oh, you're the interpreter.
Yes, we've been asking to get us both assigned. So we've been kind of like using the same computer for all this time. So if you can assign Jordi as an interpreter too, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Do that right now, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. We'll take care of that. Okay, good. So so now let me just do a final, if there's any comments from those that are joining us in our YouTube channel.
El canal de YouTube.
Okay, so seeing none.
Viendo ninguno.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I will bring it back to council. And this is item number 5. I'm trying to keep up with, so we started on this side. So Councilmember Cabrera, we'll start with you. Any questions first and then final comments?
No questions.
Okay, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez?
I do have questions. So what are going to be the plans for recruiting for this position, and what is being considered? I'm asking because I work for a university and I know that career fairs are a big thing, so I'm wondering if that's been considered. Yeah.
So the specific plans, unfortunately, I can't give you, I don't have that, but our HR manager, Francine Louie, I can tell you that we have worked with specific recruiters to target specifically engineering positions. So I know that we have worked with at least two specific targeted recruiters to find engineering type positions. We have found some, and we have interviewed some, but when it came down to it, they didn't want to relocate to the area. And we get a lot of applications that say, one of the side effects of coming out of COVID is everybody wants to work from home now. So it's like, yeah, I want to be your city engineer, but I want to maintain my residence in Tahoe. And they don't want to move to the local area, and and we've had those applicants. We've had more than one where they want the job, but they don't want to relocate, and they want to telecommute.
Yeah.
So those are some of the challenges, and it's just, it seems like there's just a national shortage all the way around in all positions, engineering positions, fire positions, police positions, police, especially, any public safety. Every city in South County has vacancies right now. There isn't a city I don't think there's a city in Monterey County that doesn't have a vacancy in public safety. And you see these positions stay open for a long time. So we're trying to just think out of the box and figure out how do we get the resources that we need to move the department forward.
And then are these positions going to be then on 100% in person, no flexibility at all? Just curious.
Right
You don't
now,
have to have it.
right now, the city does not have any telecommuting positions. To serve the city, you really need to be here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo?
No questions.
Okay, and so I don't have any questions either, so let's go into final comments. So I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera. Any final comments? If you don't have any, let's just pass it along.
Oh, yeah, I do have. I wanted to, when I was talking about with Megan about this, I thought about the movie Moneyball or something like that. Like, you don't have to find a replacement for that position, but you have to find somebody that gets into base so that you can run. And then that is, from my perspective, that is an excellent idea. That if we cannot find somebody that, how do you say, commute? I'm gonna write down the word. Telecommute. Yeah, so I think that is an excellent idea, so we can have more people on board and be able to perform the work that we need, because we need somebody. We need somebody urgently, and that is an excellent way of thinking outside of the box, so that we can have somebody. Yeah, the other comment is that back then when we were looking for a manager, I asked that question, what were the options that we were using for reaching out for recruiting, and I specifically asked if they were sending emails to the universities, because I know San Jose has a tremendous engineering program, and back then our HR told us that yes, they do. They send memos, or they send emails to all the universities, particularly those who have potential to get us to recruit for us, and yeah, that's just one of my comments. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
My only comment is, for positions, any positions, I think it would be cool if we can figure out how to, push into in-person career fairs. Again, speaking as somebody that works at a university, I think that's something that is very beneficial and something students look forward to.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo?
Yes, I just wanted to thank staff for, us being within budget, and also wanted to thank Mike. I know it's not by coincidence that we're on budget and that we have even made so much from interest. It was very strategic, very calculated in a good way. And, it's just, you have eagle eyes on that money, so just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you. So just on my comments, I just want to say, I know when I attended there was a celebration for our Orchard Lane Park Association of Public Works. I know I'm not saying that probably correctly, but I know that even then they were talking about the pipeline, right? Of people within this field of engineers and how difficult it was. And that even within that field, they have to do a better job to be able to outreach to the next generation and really encourage, our younger generation to get into these fields because there's such a need for it and sometimes there's such a lack, right? So I know, if there's a shortage and it looks like there's a shortage everywhere. So I know we're feeling those impacts, but I also want to just remind our public and the council that, we've had these discussions, Don, probably the last 3 to 4 years, right? In terms of not being able to have our engineer. We looked at what are some of the incentives that we can give as a city, right? To be able to bring people, to keep people here. And I know that there was a lot of dialogue about what can we do? What kind of incentives do we have to increase the pay? Because it wasn't comparable to what people were looking for. So I know that we had those discussions, we looked at different ways, and obviously this continues to be an issue. So I really appreciate the creativity in terms of the 4 different positions, what we get, which ones that, if we get an engineer and that one, wants to stay, then that's great for us, but at least to have that flexibility to do that, I think that's really important. So thank you to staff. Thank you for having that creativity in mind of how we need to address this and to be able to have this position sustainable. I know we have a lot of projections for more, capital improvement projects, more infrastructure projects. And with that, we need the staffing. And so I know that's been an issue in the past. So with that, I also just a comment from me, and I know we can't do it this year, but I would like for next year to schedule a separate workshop for the CIPs, just to really have more time for us as a council to dive into, what are some of those infrastructure projects we have, some of the high priority projects, but also what are the staffing demands, right? As we have more projects, what are the staffing demands that we need to be looking into the future to be able to sustain the level of projects that are coming before us? And as this is going to be never ending because we'll never stop with infrastructure projects, right? That's always going to be ongoing for the city. So just kind of having that opportunity for the council to look also strategically 5 years, 10 years out, what do we need to prepare for? What kind of staffing levels do we need to have as the city gets bigger? So with that, Mike, I also want to say thank you so much for preparing this. But I also want to say thank you for the presentation on the budget workshop that you provided for our community in Spanish and English. You and Jesus did an amazing job, just showing our community where the dollars are going, where we're investing money, but what we get from, different tax bases that we have. So I think it's not only important for us as a council to understand the budget, but it's also important for our community to really have a good sense of where those dollars are coming and how that's being expended. So I just want to say thank you for doing that. That was an excellent presentation. So with that, I will entertain a motion to accept the budget adjustment and positions reclassification in the Public Works Department. And approve the mid-year budget. Sorry, and approve second. Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Mike. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item, and it's resolution number 6060. We're halfway there, guys. We can kind of speed it up if we have critical questions, but
order pizza.
Or pizza. So resolution number 6060, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving a contract for construction services with Block Modular Constructors Inc. in an amount of $278,780 80 plus 10% contingency for a total amount of $307,758 for the purchase and installation of the corporation yard modular office building and authorizing the city manager to execute said contract on behalf of the city of Soledad. So I will turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Alex Ramos, the assistant engineer here. I just wanted to start off by saying, if I can have everyone direct their attention to the courtyard modular here on the TV before my computer dies. Using Joel verbiage, the sucker looked old. And it's in, dire shape. It's more than 4 years old. It's seen its fair share of weather, termite, water damage, and honestly, that slightly ajar door that you see there was the result of a boiler starting to leak like crazy. So like I said, it's in really bad shape. It's seen better days, and if the outside looked bad, I just kind of want to show you the inside. So you guys can see the water filtration in the roof, the floors coming apart. It really needs love. I told Joel to show me more pictures. He said, not until I clean it, so. But with that being said, as you guys know, the courtyard is the base of operations for our public works staff, specifically our streets and parks. This courtyard modular is where we have staff, eat lunch, have their meetings and all that good stuff. But, this thing we didn't get, new, was actually donated to us back when the Adobe campground was still around. So that kind of puts it in perspective. So since the 80s, right?
Wow.
With that being said, the direction at the time, council had approved an agreement was made between the city of Soledad and In-City Architect for the conceptual design of courtyard upgrades. Since then, we identified that the courtyard is the most important piece of that aspect, and we went ahead and formally put that out to bid. The bid went out on December 8th, and it closed on January 31st, 2024. The lowest responsible bidder was Block Modular Constructors, and that was for the total amount of $279,780. I have, if city council approves, but it did, you guys did approve, and thank you. We'll be using ARPA funds for the $280,000, and the remaining fund will come from Measure Y, which was already approved by city council for $35,000. But yeah, I'm here to answer any questions regarding the item here.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Really appreciate that. And thank you. Picture is better sometimes than what we can say, right? So let me take it out to the public first. If there's any members of the public that are here joining us in our chambers, wish to make any comments on resolution number 6060. Okay, seeing none, then I'll take it out to those members. Any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom, like to make any comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the council, and I'll start with questions first and then comments. And so I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
No questions.
Okay, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
No questions.
Councilmember Cabrera.
I have one. And that's not actually for you, it's for all of us. Would you have your family to having parties and that, or having reunions? And that's what we have to think. If we don't want to have our families to be in that position, let's make it better for our family who is or who for their or for our family. So let's make it happen.
And I only have one question. What's the timeline for completion, given that we have ARPA funds, and I know that we need to expend the dollars, so I didn't see that, and maybe I missed it. What's a completion timeline?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact calendar days, and my apologies, I'll follow up, but it shouldn't take more than a few months here. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll move on to final comments, and I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
No final comments, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
No comment.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Let's do it.
Thank you for that. And my only comment is, Thank you, Alex, for providing this, but I do want to say to the council that I know that this had been something that has been on our CIPs. And so we had, had identified this already, as a project that was a priority project, because as you showed the conditions and because we know it hasn't been improved. So again, I think for me, it's just making sure, when we're looking at projects and prioritizing, that we provide enough guidance to our public works staff and that we really prioritize those projects that we know are important. And that we have, a CIP that really provides those priority projects, because I know this was identified in the past. So I'm glad it's moving forward and that we have the money to do it. So with that, then I will entertain a motion to approve resolution 6060. So okay, so
Second.
okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. So resolution 6060 moves forward and we look forward to a new building.
I'm barbecue that day.
So we'll move on to item number 7, resolution number 6061. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving a consulting services agreement, task order with Canon Engineering for professional design services for the City Hall Police Department Emergency Operations Center Backup Emergency Generator Replacement and Upgrades Project, and authorizing the city manager to execute the task order in the not to exceed amount of $87,180. And I'll turn this over to Don Wilcox, our City Public Works Director.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. The existing generator for this building and the police building came with a 1989 remodel of the facility, and we subsequently went through a 2003 remodel and kept that same generator. So it's getting up there. The council chambers and a small portion of the police department are powered by that generator. So anytime there's a power outage, we have very little backup power. Not only is this the council chamber, but it's also the emergency operations center. So given those, that it's the police and the EOC as well as City Hall, there's grants coming up June 10th for just generators for hazard mitigation assistance grant. What we need to be for that grant is shovel ready. This particular building for a backup generator is complex because there's 2 services, and we're trying to do one generator that will automatically start up and provide backup power at both buildings. So that's pretty complicated. The quote we got from, or the fee estimate we got from our electrical engineer, Canon Engineering, is $87,000. It shouldn't come near that, but we pay for what we get for their services rendered at the billable rate. So if they spend half the time on it, it'll be half. Other than that, it's a design project to be shovel ready for when the grants come out. We're also have enough information to apply for a grant for the community center, since it's a warming center in the winter, a cooling center in the summer, and worn out, inefficient, all the above. So we really plan on putting in 7 grant applications, and Canon will help us with all those with this company. 5 wells, community center, and city of Norton.
Yeah, thank you, Don. That's awesome. That's great. So let me take it out to the public to see if there's any members of the public that are joining us here in our chambers that wish to make a comment on this item. Okay. Let me take it out to those that are joining us on Zoom. Okay, so I don't see any wanting to make public comments on this item of those joining us on Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the council. Again, questions first and then final comments. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
No questions at this time.
Okay, Councilmember Fernando, Ansaldo Sanchez.
Long name, sorry. No comment. I mean, no questions.
Councilmember Cabrera.
No.
Okay. I don't have any questions either, so it's final comments, any final comments, and I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, I think my only final comment is, to me, it's a smart, it's a necessity really that we have to ensure, public safety in case that power goes off and there's so many things that could happen. And of course, we want to protect our police department, our city hall, and as you said, we also act as the EOC, or it also happens here, so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Cabrera? No, and I just want to say thank you. I think the importance of being shovel ready. I know we're seeing a lot of those grants that are going to move quickly, but we got to be shovel ready and position ourselves. So the fact that we can be shovel ready and apply for 7 other grants for other needs that we have is really, really critical. So thank you for having that foresight. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6061.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
So I did a second already. Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Great, so congratulations, resolution number 6061 is approved unanimously. Great, so we'll move on to our next item, which is item 8, resolution number 6065, accepting the Orchard Lane Park project is completed by Monterey Peninsula Engineering, authorizing the release of the retention payment, and I'll turn this over to Don.
Yeah, so this is the Orchard Lane project, our Orchard Lane Park project. I think everybody's familiar with. This spring, we had the grand opening ribbon cutting, very well attended, successful project. Even more successful than maybe we wanted it. It's the talk of the county and beyond, and we get a lot of visitorship. Heavily used, it has everything. And it was a successful project as far as design and construction as well. We received a, what is it, $7.6 million grant, Prop 64, I believe, that paid for most of the design and most of the construction. We had to dip into park impact fees for right around $240,000. So out of a $8 million project, the bulk of it was grant funded. We also were able to hold change orders to only 6%. So the contingency that council awarded at the beginning of the project, we were able to put elements back in that we had to cut because the bids were higher than the project budget, including some additional playground equipment. So overall, the project was, great to work on. It was successful. It went very smoothly. So staff recommends council accept the construction by MPE and release the 10% retention amount. And then, if I can, play a very short video that if you haven't seen it already, it really captures the whole park project.
Thank you, Don.
Park is a modern park with water feature, dog park, skate park. It's got everything that's current and modern and will be for the next decade or so.
To me, it symbolizes the community matters. A lot of times there's not investment in parks, and it's showing that we're very serious about investing for our community and providing these amenities for kids that aren't used to having this high quality or caliber of a park. We live off of Bench Road. I grew up seeing this empty field, so to be able to see what was once an empty field now being converted into this amazing playground for our families is incredible. From the beginning of the park, community outreach has been one of the major focuses for the city staff and leadership. Getting the creation of all the understanding what their needs or priorities are really what set the stage for the park we have today. I was part of the meeting back in 2019, so I remember choosing things that I wanted to be in this park. I remember wanting a splash pad, and I remember wanting a gazebo, and I remember wanting things a certain color, and we wanted a dog park, because we also wanted a little doggy to have a place here.
The community came together to build this park, and not only is it for the kids, it's for all the kids. So those with limited physical abilities, mental abilities, they're gonna be able to enjoy this park as much as any child.
So the playground is designed to be 100% accessible. There is opportunities for children who may have mobility challenges, and even caretakers who have mobility challenges, to access and to interact with every single piece of equipment that's here. I have a sister with disability. She's an adult now, but for many years we didn't have spaces where we can come and she can play, really build those social emotional skills with other children. So for me, this is near and dear to my heart. I am just so excited that we are able to celebrate being the first inclusive playground in South Monterey County. For me, it means my grandchildren can come and enjoy themselves here and have a good time rather than sitting home watching TV all the time. They get their exercise and they get to have a lot of activities here that no other park has here in Soledad.
This park is pretty fun and I love it a lot. I always wanted to go on zip lines and they played in zip lines.
I think we're seeing a lot of growth in Southern Monterey County right now. Soledad is growing, the neighboring cities are really growing. And I think this is just showing that those communities have a lot of vitality. They have a lot of passion for celebrating who they are as a community. They have a lot of identity. I think it just brings a little bit more light to Soledad. It brings a little more attention to what small towns can also accomplish. Just walking around by there, seeing all the little kids happy and seeing them laughing and seeing them playing, and that's exactly what we wanted, and that's exactly the purpose of this. I'm looking toward the future of Soledad, our next generation. What are the needs? And how does Soledad really transform to be that leader that meets the needs of every different generation, young and old? It's really sets the standard for what we would like our parks to look like in the future.
Well, all the public works projects, we do pipelines and streets, we pat ourselves on the back and everything. But to see hear all the laughter, the families out there enjoying themselves, that's a rare opportunity. So it was great to be a part of that project.
Yeah, thank you so much, Don. So I think that video captured, you know, anything more than what we could say. So thank you so much for having that. So with that, council, I took it out to the public already, right? Did I?
Not yet.
No, okay. Let me take it out to the public for any comments. Those that are joining us here in our chambers. Okay, those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it to the council, and I'm not sure if there's any more comments that we want to make other than that video captured a lot. So if people are, I'll leave that open if there's any comments. I don't know if there's any questions. Questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just have a question, and it's a safety and or health hazard question, I guess, concern that the community has brought up to me with the park. And the two things were, first, as soon as a little bit after the park opened, there was an incident involving a child who got their arm stuck, I believe, in one of the playground structures, the ground, I don't even know what shape that is, but I think you know what I'm talking about. And then the other one was the quality of the water, the drinking water on the fountain. It had a sewage smell, and there was a assumption, I guess, that it was the water from the recycled water, which I know that that's for grass. But I did want to make those two questions. Just, you know, did we look into the safety and health concerns when it came to those two items that I brought up?
So yes, the first item where the child had their arm stuck in one of the playground equipment. The Compan, the company that manufactured that equipment, was very concerned about it happening. However, they did inform us that with any piece of equipment. There is some chance that something like this could happen. That's why fire departments forever have been pulling kids' heads and arms and everything out of bike racks, fences, getting them out of trees, everything. So we did a complete review with the landscape architect that managed the project, the supplier, staff, and it was just something kind of a one-off kind of incident. So we repaired the equipment to the manufacturer specifications. We had to use special primer and weld it and coat it. So it's back to moving. We haven't had any issues since. As far as the water quality, yeah, that was perplexing. It turned out to be that the large pipe that runs through the park had sat there full of water too long. So when we first powered up the sprinkler system, you could smell it at the bathroom, at the drinking fountain. So since then, our water manager, Moises, has gone out there and flushed the whole thing. And he also has a blow off. So weekly, they will go flush the pipe into the sewer. They're not connected in any way. It's not recycled water. It's our regular water that feeds it, but they'll do a better job as far as keeping it flushed.
Yeah, okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you. I just wanted our community and the public to know that we do take their concerns seriously and that we are within government guidelines on safety for our playground equipment and water. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay, no questions, and we'll go into final comments. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo, any final comments?
Just impressive art. Thank you.
Great project to be involved in.
Councilmember Anselmo Sanchez.
Just kudos to everybody that was able to make that part happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, not to say that you guys were not smiling, but Laura's face, Laura's expression, face, that emotion is actually what we're looking for in every visitor from the park, and not just the visitors from the park, but generally. And I think that you guys have provided the necessary environment for that. And I'm gonna stay with that, but Laura's expression was incredible. That smile coming with it.
And as the mayor mentioned earlier, the park did win the Central Coast Chapter American Public Works Association overall project of the year for all price ranges, all kinds. So, and mostly because of the benefit to the community. The project went well with very little change orders, but it's, it's a project that makes everybody smile.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Don. And I think for me, my just closing comments on this is I just want to say thank you. I know when I came on 2016, I had the small vision in terms of an inclusive playground, right? And we talked about it and said, how do we get an inclusive playground? Can it be a tot lot? What can it be? But to have that inclusive playground and us be the first ones in South Monterey County, but then to have all of the voices of the community come in to make this just, even more this grandiose than what I could have imagined in my mind. It's really amazing to be able to see that. And, I say my mom lives off of Metz Road, and that's where I grew up. And to be able to go visit her and always, it's super busy all the time, and having so many kids and families enjoy it. It's just been, even in the rainy days and the cold days, people are out there. And so it's just an amazing addition to our community, and we're really proud of all of the work that was done. And thank you for that. And also, I just want to make the comments on, I know Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo brought up some of the concerns, but I also want to say you guys address those concerns immediately, because I know I got those as well. So you guys were on top of that. I think social media posts that you guys had in regards to not drinking the water, and also regarding the updates to the fixing that the staff was doing. So I just want to say thank you for being proactive and addressing those concerns as they were coming in from the public. So thank you for that. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution number 66. Well, no, it's not 66. Resolution 6065.
So, second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is item resolution number 6066, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad authorizing the city manager to execute agreements with 4 organizations deemed eligible under the city's mini grants programs in the amount to exceed 16,100. And I will turn this over to our community engagement manager, Mr. Jesus Valenzuela.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Yes, just to be brief, so the community engagement, Office of Community Engagement, has been attempting to, successfully pass this resolution for a while now. With your help, we were able to come up with some criteria. We went out and did 4 information sessions. Got a number of folks interested in applying. Ultimately, only 4 did apply. And all of those organizations are included here. I did invite the organizations to be present here tonight via Zoom or in person. I'm not sure if any of them are still here. But given that the organizations met the criteria that we had already approved, and given that they met them within the timeline, I do believe that all 4 of these organizations will utilize the funds for their intended use. So it is our recommendation that the grants are approved as well as reopened. And if you are interested, maybe even have a follow-up subcommittee meeting as to how we can reach more organizations or smaller groups in the community who are not formal organizations. So I'll be brief, leave it at that, and be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jesus. Let me take it out to the public first. Any members of the public that are joining us in our chambers wish to make a comment? Okay, I'll take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's any members of the public that wish to make a comment on this item. Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the council, and I'll start with questions first and then comments, and I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
So in this case, you mentioned that there's not a total amount of that was allocated for that, right?
No.
Only 16,000. So we still have money from that.
If we wish to reopen it, yes, or council can.
I was wondering if there's any possibility that we can not extend the time, but create a second opportunity for to see if we can have more.
That's in the recommendation. So the recommendation is approve this late and reopen it.
And reopen it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to just extend the timeline for the folks that didn't meet the deadline, but if it's approved, then we can definitely reopen it.
I'm sure, I agree. That's
Councilmember Anselmo Sanchez.
Yeah, for those that were granted these grants, do they have to come back and like show receipts on what they use them for?
Yes, sir. So a couple of things. We really did replicate this model from both the city of Gonzales and the city of Salinas. And so for these grants, they will be either on a reimbursement basis. So for example, SCAR, and delivery, we'll work with them. If they want to buy the items, they can fill the receipts, and then we will reimburse them for them. Or in the case of the Methodist Church, we are actually advocating that we purchase the items for them. That way, there's a lot of transparency and accountability. Yes, in no instances are we giving a check directly to any organization.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, my only question is, you had mentioned that, I guess for the church, we're gonna purchase directly instead of reimbursing based on receipts. What is the criteria, or how are we seeing who gets, the direct funding versus who we pay directly to their expenses, I guess?
So the criteria that we used was whether or not it was a 501c3 or whether, it would be, so for example, like the Little League, they provided an extensive list beforehand with the Methodist Church. That took a little bit longer for us to receive. But that's basically how we decided on that criteria.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
but we're holding a lot of that criteria based on, with the hopes, if an organization applied, like a neighborhood group that did not have a 501c3, we were gonna take that route.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions. I think mine are more comments, so I'll wait for that portion. So with that, then council, I'll start with final comments and, Councilmember Cabrera,
No, no comments.
Councilmember Anselmo Sanchez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
I think my only comment was that I am glad to see that there was such a diversity, even though it's only four. We have, dog, the vegetable garden and the Little League, who of course, supports our youth through sport. And I am just glad to see that diversity in there, because I know for the vegetable garden, when I first saw it, I kind of questioned like, okay, what is this about? And then I read up on it, and it's really, I think, awesome to teach our community how to grow their own vegetables, their own food, and it'll hopefully help out with food security. And also with being self-sustainable and being able to grow our own vegetables and our own fruits and be healthier. So I think they were very good, what is it called, selections and submissions, so thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. And my final comments on that is thank you for the work that you did. I know this went one round, it came back to council, and then we decided, hey, this is again, right, what we want to see happen. But I think again, just to my point, in terms of as the direction that we are policy makers, and to be able to provide good policy direction is really important, and that we're all in unison with that. But I for me, it's just, my only comment is thank you again. I appreciate all of the organizations that applied, but I would like to see this was recommended before we, decide to continue or issue another round, is that it comes back to the council for reviewing those eligibility criteria that we had talked about the last time before the application went out, and to look at prioritizing specific areas. I see we'll have an opportunity to really look at that. I think when we talked about this, we really wanted it to be able to look at, our neighborhood groups that are doing great work, but necessarily can't get funded. How do we support to create different events in our community? How do we support more of the arts and cultural events that sometimes we can't do, but we're giving funding to our community groups to be able to address that need? So for me, I would like to see it come back. I would like the council to have a more robust discussion in terms of what is the criteria, what is the focus, bless you. I think for me is, obviously we've talked a lot about arts and culture in our community and how that is really critical to integrate it in terms of inclusivity and just fostering that community spirit. So I would like that for it to come back. And then also, I think for me, as the groups that we're funding, I think it's also an opportunity for them after their project is done to come back to the council and be able to provide an update on the successes, challenges they found, and then just give us a little bit more information. So as we continue to grow the program, then, we continue to listen also to what some of the challenges or positive things from the groups.
Sounds good. And I will just add that part of the presentation is that the groups know that if they are approved, that we will meet with them. Our finance people will be that Jesus Yanes or Mike Howard go over the stipulations, the contract, and then do a press release as well. So we will keep you updated on that.
Perfect. So with that, then I will entertain a motion to approve a resolution number 6066.
So moved.
Okay, second. So there is a motion on the floor. In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Jesus, and congratulations to all the groups. I know that some of them were not able to be here, but congratulations. So we'll move on to our next item.
Mayor, if I may ask a question,
Um,
just in general, before we move forward.
Oh.
Not on him, just like a general question.
Yeah.
I was just curious if we could take a brief little recess before the final three.
Oh.
I don't want to miss anything, and I Jesus.
Yes, thank you. I know it's a long meeting, and so we're gonna pause for 5 minutes or 3 minutes. If we can pause for 3 minutes, and then we'll come back.
3 minutes, right?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the flexibility of allowing us to take a few, a few minutes for a break as we have a lot of items on our agenda today. So we will then reconvene and we will move on to our next item, which is item 10. We're almost done with our business items. We'll move on to item 10, which is the city council consideration and direction concerning post-referendum action on by district voting. And so I will turn this over to our city attorney.
Yes, Mayor and Council, you have a fairly detailed staff report on this, so I'm gonna sort of try to cut to the chase. With the overwhelming defeat of Measure P at the special election on March 5th, Measure P being the placing before the voters ordinance number 765, which was adopted by the city council back in October and was an ordinance that established a five district voting system for the city. With the defeat of that particular ordinance, the council now finds itself in a position where you need to make a decision with respect to how you want to move forward with the districting effort. Time is sort of essential with respect to some of the options that you have available. I've listed in the staff report 3 options, but that's not the end. There's probably other options as well, but I just put the 3 that came to mind and that I think are the most obvious. The first option would be to basically go back to where you left off when the Mayor's computer's having some issues, huh?
Yeah.
To go back where you left off when ordinance number 765 was adopted. If you recall, at that time, both a preferred 4 district map and a preferred 5 district map was brought before you, and by a split vote, the 5 district map was approved. But you could obviously go back to the preferred 4 district map that was brought forward to you in, I believe, September of 2023, and just go ahead and take action on that. That's probably the most cost efficient and time effective option that you have before you. It's also probably the only option that you have that would get districting voting in place before the November election that's coming up. The next option that you would have would be to sort of revisit the entire 4 district mapping option. And I spoke to our NDC folks. That was the consultant that we had to help us through the districting process. They think that they could do an expedited process for the preparation and consideration of new 4 district maps. Although that being said, they weren't sure that there was going to be much difference between the maps that they had previously prepared for council consideration, or whether or not we might receive additional maps that would be substantially different than what had been presented to the council before in 2023. But that is another option. That option obviously will take longer than a month or so. And we would not then have a districting plan in place for the elections of November of this year. And then the third option that I listed was to simply do nothing. You know, we did that under threat of litigation because, if you recall, back in 2022, this whole process was initiated to move or transition to a districting voting process by way of a letter that we received that said that if we didn't do this, there was going to be some litigation compelling us to do this. Litigation is still a real threat, although you know, there is some reason to believe that the standard for making a determination as to whether or not the city has violated the California Voting Rights Act may have been lifted a little bit. And that has to do with the case down in Santa Monica, which has gone through all sorts of gyrations. Went all the way to the California Supreme Court, sent back to the appellate court. The appellate court now has remanded back to the trial court, and the judge, upon receiving the remand, although it's maybe just a coincidence, has retired. So now they have to start the entire process all over again. So basically, we won't have any real definitive decision as to the new standard that the California Supreme Court has established for making a consideration as to whether or not an existing voting system, an at-large system, is in violation of the California Voting Rights Act. So the same risks that you had in 2022 when there was consideration to move forward with the transition to districting process still exists. But those are the 3 options basically that I foresaw that you could do. The easy one, which is to just go back to where we were before when you were considering both a 4 and a 5 district map. The other would be the request that new board district maps be prepared, and we'd go through the public hearing process, although we wouldn't have to go through all of the hearings that we did the last time. If you recall, there's a mandatory 5 hearings when you start the process. We'd be able to skip at least a couple of those hearings and so forth. And then the third option would be just to do nothing at all and just to see what happens and continue with the at-large voting system that we have in place now. Happy to take any questions. And what we're trying to get from you this evening is some direction so that we can bring back and agendize and if necessary, get our consultant activated to bring items forward to you for consideration at future meetings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for that. So we will take it out to the public first to see if there's any members of the public that wish to make any comments on this item. Okay, seeing none, then I'll take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. And I can't see it anymore. My computer is acting up and I can't. It's just okay, so seeing that there's none, then I'll bring it back to council for questions first, and then we'll go with comments and direction. So we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, I have a question for our city council. And so my question is just, when you were speaking about the third option, which was just to stay at large for all positions and not go into districts, you mentioned that the standard for determination has changed in part thanks to Santa Monica and other, back and forth. It sounds like they're doing the work for everyone over there. And of course, they have the money for it. But what is, I guess, specifically, my question is the standard for determination, but determination for what? To be in compliance with the voters?
The standard of determination that the standard that has that is in play right now as to whether or not your existing voting system, your at-large voting system, is in violation of the California Voting Rights Act, and what evidence you have to, what's your burden in making your case that the existing at-large system is in violation of the act. And so it used to be that pretty, I won't say easy, but the burden was not that significant to prove that there was some disparate treatment of some recognized group within the community. And as a result of that you were in violation of the California Voting Rights Act. That burden now seems to have been lifted somewhat by the direction of the California Supreme Court to say not only do you have to establish that there may have been some past harm on a recognized group voting block, but that they actually were harmed as a result of the conditions that exist within your city. It's a little bit more complex than that, but it's a higher standard than we previously had when we were considering these cases throughout the state of California.
Okay, that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ansardo Sanchez.
Yeah, I do have a question for the community's transparency. I did submit a 4-district map that would be considered if we took that direction, and I'm wondering if that's a conflict of interest.
It is not. I actually asked our consultants at NDC if there was any problem. The standard for determining whether a map can be considered is if it meets all the legal requirements, and your map that you submitted at the time that you weren't on the council met the threshold and met all the conditions necessary for a legally sustainable map. No conflict of interest at all in either having the council consider that or to have you actually vote on it as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cabrera.
I do have a question for council. Is if we decide to go with the 4-district map, one of the previous one that we had, would it be possible to add language to that in which if in the future somebody would like to, or a council would like to make the change again in the election, if it is possible to add that it should be through a ballot decision so that we don't have to go through all this trouble and just focusing for any changes in election procedures should be done through.
I can ask. I think that the answer to that is no. I don't think that the statutory procedure that is established for approving the maps allows us to add conditions whereby we would be able to say, we're approving this, and if you want to make any changes to it in the future, this is what you would have to do. So I think that if there was a council you know, 10 years from now or 5 years from now, they decided they wanted to do something different, they would still have to go through the process that they couldn't just willy-nilly make a change to it. They would have to go through the process that we just went through to sort of establish and ask for new maps to be submitted, or for the maps to be amended and so forth. So there's a process they would still have to go through, but it wouldn't go out to the voters unless, you know, the council would be free at that time if they wanted to submit a change to the map by way of an initiative. The council itself could put that before the voters if that's what they wanted to do at some future point in time.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I have a question about that as well now, if I may ask that? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, cool. Why is he answering?
Because I answered my question still, that's why I said, okay.
Oh, I see, okay.
So you
Anyways.
still had another question, so I just want to make sure, yeah, that we're following protocol, so.
Yeah, sorry, I just realized I had a question after you asked. So because this was, part of a ballot and it asked whether or not the council would elect the mayor within the council themselves, and that was, voted no. Does that mean that moving forward, in order to change an at-large mayor, it would have to go back on a ballot, or would the council still be able to change that?
So the referendum basically just suspends the, it stopped the effect of this ordinance and essentially defeated the ordinance, but it only is good for 1 year. So 1 year from now, a future council could decide if they wanted to revisit the idea of a 5-district map.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, so I do have a question, just to follow up on that. So there's nothing that precludes though, because I think for me, my concern is that there was a lot of work that was done to be able to put this on the referendum. And it's not only, I mean, it was a lot of community time, a lot of energy from the community to put this on the referendum. But there was also expenses financially for an attorney to prepare all of the paperwork that was needed for it to be legally on the referendum, on the ballot for March. So I want to be clear, and I think it's important, incumbent upon our community members and what we saw, what we heard in terms of their desire, that this hopefully doesn't get overturned by a future council that thinks otherwise, right? I mean, and I get it that they're gonna go through the process, but if we decide to say, well, if we're gonna go for a 10 map, it's gonna be the 4-district map or the map that we want to move forward, that doesn't preclude us or the committee, the residents, to move forward with putting this on the ballot in November for it to be a citizens initiative. So would they be putting on a 4-district map with an elected mayor? Would it be the 10 map we move forward with, given that that's the other option that we had approved? I mean, we had moved forward, but it didn't get approved by the council then.
I'm a little confused. So are you saying if the council approved a TAN map, right? And then subsequently, could there be an initiative with that on the ballot?
In November.
Um,
Can you still do both? I mean, even if tonight we decide there's a direction, the committee, the residents can still move forward.
Yeah, I'm just saying, the point of that would be to protect the 4-district map from then being changed without going back to the voters, right? Yeah, I don't know exactly what if the council actually took action to put to approve the ordinance, then I'm not exactly sure what the initiative would be then at that point, whether or not they would have the right to basically say, okay, now we want to take the ordinance that you already approved and put it onto the ballot for the voters to approve. I'd have to follow up with the NDC folks on that. But I don't think it's I mean, I know that that's the way that sometimes these things happen, is that there'll be a citizens initiative to have the measure put on the ballot, obviously for voting on. But that's usually a process that only takes place when the citizens themselves want to have something voted upon by the voters at large. And if the council already votes to put the action on, that action would be in place, right? So there wouldn't, I don't think that you could post-council action, take action to have that put on the ballot.
Through the chair.
So hold on.
Go ahead.
So then for me, my question would be, before I can to give direction, I would want to know that question because I don't want to approve a 4-district map that can later be revoked by future council. If it does not give the residents opportunity then to put something on the ballot, becomes a citizens initiative. And then the council, if any future council will not have the ability to revoke that unless they go through the same process that the residents have gone. I think that's my concern, Mike, is wanting to ensure what is that answer for me, because I don't think it's fair to the residents that have worked so hard to defeat the approval of the resolution that the prior council supported. And then if we could do this and then it can be undone, you know, I mean, that's a lot of work for it not to be solidified in a different manner. That's my concern.
Point of information. So, that is, we cannot include that language, that we're talking about because what we're working on or what it was done is specifically for the maps. But what would be missing that I want to, me and other people wanna submit a measure so that will not force, but lead, if the city council wanna change the way to elect anything in the elections process. Do citizens have to submit like a referendum form to, not a referendum but a measure to put in the ballot so that that question will be like, do you want future efforts to change the election process be done through the ballot, through the people?
Yeah, the only way to protect subsequent action by a city council is by way of a citizens initiative, as opposed to, you know, a city council has the right to do an initiative as well, right? So the council could decide that they wanted to place a matter on the ballot for folks to vote on, but that can be rescinded by subsequent city council action. But when the citizens put forward an initiative, that's a constitutional right that they're executing, and so it's not city council undoing a city council action. Once the citizens have executed their constitutional right, then the only way that initiative, if it was passed, would be then to have another vote on that. The only risk with the initiative process, though, is the citizens may decide not to vote in favor of having districting at all, right? That's one of the problems that has happened in speaking with our consultant, is that oftentimes when the whole issue of do you want districting at all has been put before voters, the answer is oftentimes no. And the problem with that is that then the voters don't decide if you're safe from being sued. So if the voters say, we're not interested in having districting in our city, you can still be sued because that the vote of the people does not outweigh compliance with the California Voting Rights Act.
But what I'm
so
referring to,
final comment, and then I'll open it up for more questions.
so I understand that, but if the measure will touch only in the process, any future process should be done through the people, not specifically about districting, because what I would like to see is that if a future council want to change the process, that not just 5 people that make that decision, but it is the town that should make that decision. So
I will ask the consultant whether or not we can actually add language to an action that you take that says that any future decision has to be put to the voters or something like that. I'm thinking that the answer to that is no, because of the fact that we have this separate initiative process that's in place, right? But I can certainly ask if that's another possible option.
Yeah, because my concern is with the process.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so let me open it up for additional questions since Councilmember Cabrera asked additional questions. I want to make sure I'm being fair. And I'm not accused of not being fair to the rest of the council members. So, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo, do you have any additional questions?
I did have a question, and it's actually a question that I did ask, Mike today prior to the meeting, and I will go ahead and for transparency ask it publicly as well. And my thing was, what I noticed from both sides, those that were for 4 districts and those were that were for 5, was that everyone I spoke to felt that the vote was being suppressed by districts in general, regardless of the district size. And so my question to Mike had been, and I'll ask it again publicly, is can we take it out to the voters and let them vote, because it's in November. The elections are coming around the corner. I think 6 or 7 months left, and so maybe this is something that we should just take it up, to the voters and let them vote on it.
You can, but again, you have to circle back to the real issue here, which is does the current at-large voting system violate the California Voting Rights Act? And so even if the voters say, no, we don't want districting at all, that will not prevent you from being sued and compelled to adopt districting if somebody thinks that the system. So just having the voters say, no, we don't want districting, doesn't protect you from litigation for violating the California Voting Rights Act.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sandro Sanchez.
No, I have comments though.
Okay. So my final question, when we took this out, when the referendum got placed on the ballot, the language was for districting and an elected mayor. So the voters did understand that, I mean, it was the language, right? Districting and an elected mayor. So you're saying that, just to clarify, that the NDC is saying there may be a confusion, or the voters may say, no, we don't want districts.
Well, no, if you pose a question, the question you would pose on it, are you in favor of a 4-district system in which the mayor is voted at large and the other 4 are voted? And oftentimes the answer is no, and it's because people just don't want districting at all. I think that the issue that may have been important to a lot of folks that were voting at this last election was whether or not they got the opportunity to vote for the mayor, but there'd be a different emphasis if a 4-district map comes before them, and that would be, do we want districting at all?
Yeah, so I get it. And in my conversations with, people as well, and tons of people in our city, I didn't get the feeling that people felt their vote was suppressed by districts. That's not the conversations I had. I think the conversations were pretty clear in terms of yes, no, I want to vote for my mayor, but also the conversation about what is the districting get you, because I think those are conversations that we've had for the past 2 years, and that it allows the city to have, or it allows more people to engage in being policymakers and running for council, because then you're looking at decreasing some of the political or financial burdens that people have and why they don't run for council, because that with districts, you'll have smaller areas where you just have to concentrate on those smaller areas, and the financial burden will be less for people that want to run. So I think we had multiple discussions about it. Obviously, there was different council members felt different about what was equitable and what was not equitable. And we had tons of those discussions, but I don't think in my deliberations with our community, that the districting was an issue. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 people, but not necessarily the entire community. So I think for me, Mike, I need that question answered before at least I can make before I can vote to move forward of what we want to do with this, because that'll be dependent on, my decision or my policy decision in terms of what can be done, given that the residents expended a lot of energy and time. And if we approve something and the council can overturn it, I'm concerned about that.
Through the chair, I just wanted to ask maybe Mike a question that might help council. Is my understanding kind of the city referendum process is that it's really based on an action that council takes, and it's really to overturn action that council has taken. So if a future council overturned or tried to or voted similarly to overturn the 4-district map, then that would be the time that a citizen initiated referendum would come, because that's how the referendum process works in a city. Is that kind of what you're explaining?
So I'm not sure that I was following. So if a 4-district map got approved and a citizens group, would that be subject to a referendum? Is that what you're asking?
No, I guess I'm asking, if council moved forward with a 4-district map today, and then tomorrow a new council voted to overturn, then the citizens at that point have the right to go to a citywide referendum to reverse
the action.
that. It's only that kind of, I think what you're saying is that when a city referendum takes place, it's to overturn an
It's in
action.
response to an action taken by, right? Yeah, I mean, I think that based on the election results that you had, I think that the thought that somebody would try to pitch another 5-district map after you guys adopted the 4-district map or do something along those lines is probably pretty far-fetched, but I guess anything can happen, right? So, okay, so the question is whether or not what we can do or what the council can do to secure the stability of an action to approve a 4-district map, whether it can be done by way of language that's included with the approval of the 4-district map by way of an ordinance that says any future changes or something like that would have to be done by way of a vote. I'm not holding high hopes for that one, but it's worth asking for sure. And then the other one would be if the council approved a 4-district map, and then could there be a citizens initiated initiative that would then place that on the ballot, basically holding the council's action in abeyance, I guess, while the voters voted on whether or not they actually approved it. I mean, it might be easier not to miss that step of having the council approve it. The only thing that's going to happen is basically to have their action held in abeyance. I mean, if there's really a desire to do that, there may be some citizens who would be more interested in actually starting, an initiative that would have the 4-district map then placed before the voters to vote on. And you skip the step of having the council take the action only to have their action be sort of held in abeyance while the voters vote on the action itself. So, but I'll get the order straight and I'll bring it back to you guys at the next meeting so that we can then make hopefully make a decision as to which way you want to go.
Okay, so with that, council, then there's enough, any final comments before we move on then to the next item, if there's enough direction or if there's any final comments?
I did want to make a comment on this, only because I was part of the original districting process and it was a very contentious issue. And I was one of the 2 people that voted against a 5-district map because we had people come in and talk to us and say that they wanted a 4-district map. And, it got to council and, like 50 people came to talk and overwhelmingly majority wanted a 4-district map, and it was shot down, and we worked really hard to get these signatures done. And then once the signatures were done and the ordinance was stopped, then we still had to jump another hoop. And I just feel like we keep having to jump these hoops. And I feel like we need to just kind of bring an end to this. And, I'm totally okay with waiting for Mike to bring that forward to us. But I really do think that we need to move forward with the 4-district map and kind of, close this chapter and kind of move forward. And I would really like to have Mike bring that back to us, and additionally, bringing back 4-district maps that were already drawn back to the table for us to review once again. But yeah, those are my comments.
Mine, in my case, I also think that that I would like to wait for the answer, but I'm more concerned in protecting the process not necessarily including the fourth district, because the fourth district is something else. What we're trying to what I'm trying to protect is that any 5 people voting for something that it should be the responsibility of the town, of the resident. That is what I'm trying to protect, the process. So if there is any ordinance, but if we create an ordinance, then the future council could also revoke that ordinance. So what is the best way to ensure that the town will have the opportunity to vote for any changes in the election process? That's basically my concern.
Councilwoman Odalo, final comment.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do have some final comments, and I was just gonna say, you know, it's apparent that this is gonna come back to us, you know, which is fine. It is a big, I guess, a big task that we are doing here, and I know for me, it would be awesome if we could take it to the voters, but you know, due to, I guess, potential litigation, we can't. And so with that said, I think for me, I really honestly admire all the work that the citizens did that went out and got these signatures. And also at the same time, I think it's hard for me to understand how right now we're trying, at least from what I'm hearing, to make decisions and set them in stone per se, when we don't know what's gonna happen in 20 years and 40 years and 50 years. We don't know how you know, the world is gonna change, how our city's gonna change, how our community's gonna change. So that's, you know, the only comment, I guess, that I and the good thing is we're gonna have a couple weeks to sit on this and think some more. And then also, if, you know, we do go, I know the TAN map was the one that I believe had been chosen by the council when it came to the 4 districts, because we did choose from both maps. And that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. So for me, just my final comments, Mike, in terms of direction, I'm interested also in, obviously, the 4 district map is something that we, you know, the past 2 years have been deliberating on that. Subcommittees were formed, and those were the maps that unanimously came forward in terms of the 4 district maps, right? So I mean, I want to move forward with the districting process, because for me, I think, as we heard today, with approval of 24,000 new homes, 650 acres of the Miramonte, you know, there's gonna be growth, and the city is growing. And I think having the opportunity to really allow more people that don't necessarily have the financial or political means to come into these, you know, to come into this dais, to be able to make decisions of how the city is going to continue to grow. And we talked a lot about inclusivity and equity and transparency, and how do we do that in a manner where we hold our residents' voice, you know, where we honor what the residents have already told us through their voting and through their rights and through multiple comments that we have here. You know, I want to move forward with the 4 district map, but I also want to honor the fact that, is there a way that we can protect a lot of the work that was done to ensure that we can move forward with a 4 district map with an elected mayor and make the best decision, given the timelines. I know timelines are also critical. So obviously, if there's going to be an initiative on the ballot, and that's gonna, you know, whatever that entails, there's timelines, right? Because all that requires timelines and gathering additional signatures and whatnot. So I think the sooner we can get this to us, to be able to have that information, to be able to determine how do we move forward. I think the whole districting process that we had for the last 2 years is, I'm not interested in not doing nothing. I think the district is where I want to move forward with in terms of providing that the 4 district map opportunity, but I want to know that first, and then we can come back. Okay, so Megan, I think, is that enough?
Yeah.
Recommendation?
I think I've got, I think I've got sufficient. I mean, if, No, I was gonna make a suggestion that maybe I would, bring back the ability for you guys to take action if you wanted to. As an option at the, meeting on
May first.
May first,
Yeah.
just so that you would have it for you, even if you decided, no, we're not interested in moving forward at this time because the information we want, but at least if we had that before you, then you would be able to take action. The first step to introduce that ordinance that would establish that map and then move forward with the approval at the subsequent meeting in May.
Just one of information, would it be possible to start the process and then based on the information that you bring us, that we can modify from there? Or do we have to do the process separately?
Well, if you're gonna use a map that we already looked at, like the TAN map, which I seem to hear folks sort of saying that was, we could start the process at the meeting in May if the council decides that's what they want to do, or if they felt that they had been provided enough information that they could move forward with that and so forth. And if you started the process and then you decided you didn't want to, you just wouldn't adopt the ordinance at a subsequent meeting. But at least you would have a running chance at getting the format approved before the end of May, so that then it would actually take effect at the elections in November.
Okay, so I guess I want to be clear. I know this is a big decision for us, but I want to move on. I know we have two other items that we want to discuss. So, Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez, you had another final comment? Because I want to move on. So this is a final comment, please. And then that way we can be given direction. Let's just move on.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. I'm just kind of looking over here.
Oh, okay,
sorry.
okay, good. Okay, so with that, I think let's come back on May 1st, give us those recommendations, because if we decide not to, or whatever we want to do, then we have it before us with the information.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Good.
Okay, great. So, let's move on then to our next item, which is filling of
To the
council
chair.
vacancy.
To the chair, was this an action item?
No,
or
just for direction.
Just for direction.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah,
for sure.
yes.
And so is this one too.
This one also is, it's the world of legal ambiguity and just give us direction sort of, that we're in right now. So, we need direction now, with respect to filling a vacancy with the, resignation of Councilmember Jimenez that on, March 31st, we now have a vacancy. And we've been through this process before, but, Government Code Section 36512 gives you two options with respect to filling the vacancy. One is to call for a special election, and the other is to fill it by an appointment within 60 days of the date that the vacancy occurs. In this particular case, because of the timing of the resignation, it's impossible for us to have a special election because the special election date would be the same date as the regular election date to fill that seat. So in other words, that term of that seat will expire in 7 months in November. So it would be up for election anyway. So we can't hold a special election to fill the vacancy because the regular election to fill that seat will be taking place in November. So the only option that you have then is to actually do an appointment. And so the direction that council needs to get from you as to how you want to go about that appointment process. One of the things that you might be able to do to provide a shortcut to that would be to look at applications that we received previously when folks were interested in running for or being appointed to the vacant city council seat, or perhaps interest in other seats like the planning commission. You have a pool of applicants and applications that provide the interest that the members of the community have in holding some either appointed or elected office, so you could use those. The other would be to go back through the process that we did the last time that we had a vacancy on the council, which is to ask for request statements of interest from folks who are interested in being appointed to the vacant seat, and then to conduct some form of interview process with those folks. Again, this needs to be done within this sort of compressed 60-day period. Keep in mind that the actual appointment is only for roughly 7 months, right? I mean, the person will probably be out of office in the first week of December. So, the longer we delay, the shorter the term of the person filling the vacancy. So we just need direction from, the council by way of a consensus as to, how we want to go about filling this, seat by appointment.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for that. And I just want to remind the council that, and for staff, that when we're looking at our agenda, does have whether we need to give direction or not. And then for this one, filling a council vacancy, if we can just make it clear also when we're putting together the agenda, that it does say direction or just, recommendation.
Right.
Or, I know it's clear on the resolution because we know that's an action item, but for others, whether it's just a direction recommendation.
Right.
Okay, so with that, then let me take it out to the public to see if there's any members of the public that wish to make any comments on this item. Okay, seeing none, then I will move it on to those that are joining us via Zoom. Are there any comments? And I still can't, my computer is just frozen.
Monica,
Okay. Monica, you can unmute, please.
Hello, can the council hear me?
Yes.
So I guess in my opinion, to avoid, further, confusion like in the past and for transparency issues, I'd like to see an appointment process that opens it up again to the public for candidates, to apply and, make sure, we put safeguards that protect the decision to be more transparent and more equal. So no preferential treatment is received by any one interviewee. Because from past experiences, the appointment process it damaged a lot of the trust towards the community of how this appointment process took place. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments?
there are none.
Okay. Okay, so with that, then I'll bring it back to the council for questions first on this item, and I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
Question, yes, I first have to make a comment that I would like to see more transparent process. And I was wondering if it is possible, if it is not too much, to have a two-step process in which staff can make a selection from the applicants and just reduce it to maybe 4 or 5. Because last time I remember they were 11, they were actually, I think, 13, and 2 of them did not show up, and then 1 person show up at the end. So maybe have some step process in the first step so that we can create a questions that are more related to general questions, and then in that interview process we can focus in asking questions and then have a scale so that we can be granting points and then make a decision based on that person with best quality or best opportunity, so that we can find somebody that has a time that is involved in the community. And I don't know if it's legal to say somebody that has long time living, or what is the time frame for people who must apply for that? Is it possible to say people with a long life?
So the elections code actually establishes now that I'm saying that, it may be the government code, but there's a standard for who qualifies to run for election or be appointed, and it's fairly minimal. They have to be a citizen and they have to be of a certain age, and so anything else that we impose would be, I think, expose us to some potential dangers in terms of discrimination and so forth. So yeah, I think that would be really difficult to try to have staff vet the applications, because this is different than a job applicant. This is a city council, so public servant. So I would think that if we're going to open it up, we have to basically open it up, and everybody needs to be given the same fair opportunity to be heard.
I'm okay with opening it then.
Yeah, so Council, can I just make some comments before? I know we said questions and comments, but I think in order to move the conversation along, I was able to reach out to 2 cities that have gone through an appointment process to look at what they did versus what we did a couple of years ago. And so I don't know, I know I'm always at the end, but can I make my comments now?
Question.
Or my questions to see if you want to, go in this direction?
I don't have a problem. Go ahead.
Good, sure, okay. So I was able to get some information from the city of Monterey for their appointment process, but I also was able to get some information from the city of Marina. And I actually looked at the video of their process for the appointment process that Marina did. And, you know, I found most of what they did was really transparent, and very equitable, with the exception of, you know, how they voted at the end. Because they didn't do a transparent voting, they voted, a secret ballot, so obviously we don't want to go there, but one of what they did is they opened it up to the public, and so they had an application process, and we're getting information on their process, their application, to see if it's similar to what we had the last time, or if there's other information that we can add that is helpful from their application. And so what they did is then they invited, they had a special meeting, and I think that's what we did last time. They had a special meeting just for the application process. But what I thought that they did different, which I really liked, was that they allowed every candidate that came forward to apply. They gave them 10 minutes. And they gave them 10 minutes each to talk about, you know, their experience and, you know, their engagement. To your point, Councilmember Cabrera, how much they were engaged in the city, what they've done already for the city, you know, so that was really informative, because you get to listen, and it's not just 2 minutes or 3 minutes, but they actually get 10 minutes to be able to give you their story, right, of why they think this is important to them and what they bring to the table. As Mike mentioned, for us, it's a little bit different because we only have, they're in 6 months, right? So I think when we deliberate, you know, we have to look at the qualifications of each person. So they gave every person 10 minutes. One of the people, and it wasn't required, but they brought a PowerPoint, right? Someone got really creative, but it allowed the person to come and give us, you know, who they are, showcase their talents, their engagement. And then after, when all the 10, you know, when everybody had their opportunity to do a 10-minute, you know, more robust kind of introduction of who they were, then the council came back. And instead of having questions that were pre-planned the way we did it the last time, because it seemed like people can take a lot of time to think and blah, 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 and it doesn't give everybody equal platform. So, you know, what they did is they came back and they actually had each council member you know, say, hey, these are the questions I want to ask all of the applicants, and come up with questions, right? So each council member, you know, some had 3, 4, 5 questions, others had 1 or 2, but it was based on what each council member thought it was important to be able to ask. And most of it was questions related to the city, right? Questions related to the importance of the city, the needs of the city, our general plan, you know, housing element, whatnot. And then they allowed each of the candidates to do like a minute to answer and respond, right? So it also showed, you know, the council who had information already, who knew already, right? Instead of researching or not, who already knew some of the topics. I thought that was a really good process. And then at the end, they deliberated. What are the things that are important to the council as a whole? The questions that were asked were really poignant in terms of what was important to the city, right? So it wasn't about my interest is, you know, it was, no, the city is engaging in a general plan process. We have the Miramonte project. This is obviously going to expand the city. What do you know about that? And blah, blah, blah. So it was really specific to our city needs. And I thought that was really critical. And then the deliberation came, each person got an opportunity to say who they selected, what each candidate brought to the table. And I think that was a really good process, with the exception that at the end they voted secretly, right? They voted then and there. But we can say, hey, if we have 2 candidates and we want to recommend 2 that are really incredible candidates, you know, that we want to recommend to do a second interview process, I think we can do that if we really have, you know, 2 stellar candidates that we want to reduce to our selection process. I think the only thing we need to be really cautious of is timeline. because we don't have a lot of time. And just doing the application process, going out, I agree, we need to go out, and include all those that already have applied, but we need to go out to be transparent to our community. And allow, you give a short application timeline. I know it's quick, but I also know that, as Megan said, and as, our city manager, as our city attorney said, our timeline is really short, guys, so we really have to be realistic also in terms of the longer we take to do this process, the less time that person will have, right? And the other reality for us that we have to also contend with is we have to be very transparent. The person that's gonna be selected, you know, whether they wanna run or not in November, they'll have, you know, they'll have this already as an opportunity. So I think that all of those things have to be we have to be very honest about the appointment process. And so anyways, with that said, I think I found that process to be, I mean, it seemed like it was a really smooth process, and I really like the fact, one is that we gave more time to the applicants to really come before us to showcase. The council came up with questions that were important to the city, and the opportunity was given to each member to respond, and then the council deliberated. So I really like that process. I don't, you know, that's my recommendation, so I will open it up now for questions, but I would like to move forward with opening up the appointment process, and getting the applications, and then scheduling a time for us to be able to do the interviews, to have a special meeting just to do the interview process. So, yeah, so Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez. Thank you
Yes.
for allowing me to go first.
Absolutely. So I am also in favor of opening it up to the public and not going to the existing pool of candidates, because a third of the candidates are now sitting council members. Myself, Fernando, and Maria were all part of that process, so that would really not have many people. I like the idea that the mayor has proposed. The only thing that I am not in total agreement is not having set questions given beforehand, only because I think that is helpful to some folks, right, that maybe don't work so well being put on the spot asking questions. And I think we can do a both and situation where maybe each council member can have a question that we come up with, that we give them prior, that we will ask, and then they will have that question here, and then after that, then council can ask additional questions, just like an interview process could go. I think that would be something that I would like to see. I also agree that we should probably move quicker, and I think it would be nice to have a special meeting, because I think the last time it was consolidated with the city council meeting, and I think that having a special meeting would be great. And then also to Councilmember Cabrera's point about having a vetting process, I don't think that would be a good idea. However, I do recognize that having 10 plus people is a lot, so maybe we can shorten the time, right, that someone has to apply. I don't remember what the timeline was last time, but maybe shortening that so that we can maybe have something, an interview process in the first or second week of May. And those would be my recommendations.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, thank you. I have two totally different, I guess, ideas or recommendations. Of course, as council member Gonzalo Sanchez.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Said, you know, we went through that appointment process, the three of us. So I was thinking the exact same thing as I was coming to the meeting, and how the three of us are sitting here. And I think for me, I felt that process was good. I did like getting the questions before, and the main reason is because not everyone is a public speaker, and I'm, one of those. And it is a bit intimidating when, you're at the podium and you're looking up, just the way that we are set up here, people have to automatically look up, so that can be a little bit, intimidating, and to find the right words. So that was one thing, and then what I did like, and I don't know if this is a question for Mike, but when we went through that process, I remember I received an email with the date of the meeting, and it had everybody's application. I saw your application, I'm sure you guys saw mine, we saw everyone, so we were all able to see where all the applicants, their, personal information was taken off, like their phone number, where they work, things like that, but for the most part, it was very transparent, and we got to see, Cabrera coached, soccer, or, we got to see a little bit about each other, about the, each applicant, and so that was, I thought that was very transparent. I don't know, if that's a requirement that they did that, or if staff just decided to do that, but I did like that. And also, so that was one of my things, was either doing that, and I think process that's a little bit more, I guess like a two-step process, or process that's more well thought out, I am totally fine with. I don't think I like, the idea of staff selecting people, because I really think part of the democratic process is giving everyone a fair opportunity, and if somebody, feels that they have something that they want to contribute to our community, or that they could be they want to be a public servant, then I think we shouldn't stop them, we should encourage that. And allow them to come and say their piece. And then, the second, I guess, suggestion that I had was, we just had an election, which, the council member up here, won. And I know from, just from campaigning, it is a lot of work, and just hearing him today, hearing you apologize to your family, to your friends for not being available, not being accessible, or maybe being tired, or always being out. I think there's definitely, I think admiration to that, because you're putting yourself out there, and it could be a little bit intimidating, especially for those that have never been involved with politics or civic, duties. And, we did have Philip Nickerson also, who ran a campaign, and I think he, ran a good campaign, a clean campaign. He's a business owner, he has a lot of, experience when it comes to volunteering, when it comes to, I think he said conflict resolution. He did that for years. He worked with the Chapman. He's also volunteered with our police department, and I really think that he would be great. As an appointment, he has put in the time. He got more than 500 votes. Unfortunately, less than 10% of our community voted, but I think that he is also,
Point of information, sorry, 22% of the population voted. I believe, just FYI.
Okay, so can we just wait till the end?
Yeah.
If we're gonna make any comments, we can make those under our comments.
Thank you. So I was just gonna say, I feel that it would be a disservice for me to sit up here and to not acknowledge that we do have someone that, would bring a totally different, I think, background and aspect to us. And I think he would make us stronger as a council. It would help us to be equitable and to be inclusive of people of all backgrounds.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so we are done with, some of the questions that we had. So now let's go into final comments so we can move on, in terms of the direction that we want to go. And I will hold off. Well, since I started my comments, let me do my comments first, and then we'll go in the same way. So I want to first of all say, in terms of the process, to be able to have Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez in advance questions, I think that's not a problem. I think we already had some questions in the council. Megan, I think there was questions that the prior council had put together, right, Mike? If we can send those out to the council, and if you can take a look at them, you don't have to use them, but at least so you have some of the questions that we had, and if there's any of those that you want to ask again, but that we asked each council member to come up with, one or two questions, right? And that could be part of that. Can that be part of the application process that they submit? And then also having additional questions once we have that process, that we can ask additional questions But we would have to be fair and transparent, those questions would have to be asked to all the to all of the candidates. And that we can look at limiting, depending on the amount of candidates, we can have a set of questions, but then we can limit the questions, and we can do that as a council to deliberate which ones are higher priority. So I'm open to that. I want to say my preference and nothing, I really, want to congratulate Mr. Nickerson for engaging in the public process, because we all know now that we're up here, when you have to go out and you have to canvas and you have to engage in campaigning, it's difficult. It takes time and energy. And so I appreciate his efforts, and I want to make sure I'm clear that, he would be part of the applicant pool if he chooses to do so. But I think for me, I don't want to do an appointment process with just one person that went through an election process. My preference in terms of really trying to be open, transparent, and equitable to everyone in our community that wishes to have this appointment or wishes to, come forth for this appointment. I think it gives us the opportunity to really be more transparent and really engage, all of our community members that wish to engage in this process. So I would like to see us move forward with an application process where we'll bring it back to the council, where we set a special meeting where we look at the application to make sure that's everything that we want, that we have a timeline that really meets the tight timeline that we're gonna have, so that way we have the applicants apply. Then we have a special city council meeting, and I think just for me, I wanna make sure that the council, if we do this, that we have a quorum for that, because we don't wanna end up where now we can't get a special meeting or we can't move forward with it because the council's not gonna be present, or we're not gonna have a quorum. So I just wanna make sure that everybody is in agreement to be able to participate and to be available.
Mayor, can I ask you a question? When you said that we would be providing the questions in advance, are you expecting answers then to those questions to be submitted at the same time as the statement of interest?
I don't know how we did it last time. I think, no, we didn't. We didn't.
We had but that may be a way to expedite the process, so you don't have to go through all those questions with all the candidates. So if you have 10 candidates and you're asking the same 5 questions, maybe you give them the opportunity to provide a written response to the questions in advance, and then you have your list of the questions you want to ask just individually as council members, the additional questions that you want to ask about specific. It's just an idea.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just kind of how are we gonna expedite it, but also be transparent and allow everybody the same opportunity. I think it's important to, to have the questions in advance so people can be thoughtful, but also I think there's another thing to be said when people are asked a question, you're able to think on your feet about what is the response, right? So, we can, I don't have a problem with that, but whatever the council wants to do, if we want to do the questions, send it over, have them respond as part of the application process, and then we get it. Then when they do their 10 minutes or whatever that's going to look like, they can provide a response to that if they want to do that, and we'll see it as well as a council. And I think the application process, it's public information, right? So I think what we did last time is nothing different than any other councils would do. All the applications would be available for everybody to see, because this is public information. We're not hiding any applications. That's not what we do as a council. So all of that would be public information, and all of those would be readily available for us, but also for our public to see. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez, so we're going to go this way.
Yeah, so for my comments, I am in agreement with having an appointment process where there's an interview process. I would be cool with asking some questions as part of the application process to expedite it. I was going to make a comment about refraining from an endorsement, but I was a little too late for that. But I do want to see more than just one person being brought forward. I think that if he wants to apply, that's great, and go through that process, and just for it to be transparent. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah, I also agree with the process that Major mentioned. But I would like to include two things. The first one is that I think that we should take a moment, at least one day, so that we can deliberate about what we think about the candidates, and not just take 5 minutes and say, I vote for you. And I think that if we do the select two potential candidates or potential or more how can I say what is the word I'm looking for, or the best candidates, if we select two best candidates, I think that we should send that in a letter, not say it in public, because I remember when we were right there, I saw the faces of some of the people, and I probably had the same face. The disappointment making feel like what did I do? And I saw a couple of people that went with that expression, like might not that or something, no? And I think that is for a private moment to understand that. And the other thing, and okay, if it is not possible, I'm not gonna cry about it. And then the other thing is that I think that the questions and answers in advance is pretty good, because we could do follow-up questions to that same questions, and that would be more interesting to see how they answer those follow-up questions that we can formulate. The last thing is that I believe that Mr. Nickerson is running for the Hartnett board. Is that any conflict with being appointed? Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo?
Yes, my final comments are just, I know I did when I went through the process, for appointment, the application process, I did enjoy, giving the answers out loud when they asked us. Because I think that that's gonna show us a little bit too of their, their personality. I think that's what came out, and I, enjoyed hearing the other applicants also talk about that. I think for transparency purposes, as has been brought up today, I would like to see some kind of scoreboard, maybe with metrics of what it is that we're looking for. And as we hope we have our little scoreboard, and whether it's I don't know, knowledge of government, or volunteer work, community work, civic engagement. I think that, to me, that is one of the most transparent ways is for us to score based on similar metrics.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So Mike, I just want to address, so we're clear that we can't do the process as Councilmember Cabrera stated, in terms of doing a different day of deliberation, right? It has to be done.
You could do a different day of deliberation, but you're gonna have to do it in open and make the decision in open as well.
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to have the process and do it at the time that we're doing it, and to be able to be transparent about that. So, and that's one. And then in terms of the scoreboard, I know that was one of the issues the last time, is that we didn't have a criteria, but I think after seeing, and I really encourage the council to view the Marina City Council deliberation, because I think it was, they didn't have a scorecard, but I think every council member understood what was important to the city. And that, having one of the other elements was, do they have some already background? We only have, this person's only gonna have a couple of months, so we have to be realistic as a council, that we're not just looking for someone that's coming in. I mean, obviously anybody can apply, but I think when we're doing our deliberations and our thinking, how we're gonna select people, that it really has to, I think we all understand what some of those criteria are. I try to find a criteria, because that's kind of what I went into my mindset, looking at, bless you, at cities, if they had scoring criterias, and they didn't, we didn't find one for Monterey, didn't have it, and they went through the appointment process. Marina didn't have it either. So, I mean, unless, and I'm just really concerned about the time, but I can't, I did my research, my due diligence, but Councilwoman Corralejo or Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo, if you want to do research and find out if there's a criteria that someone has that we can all take a look at and see if that's something we want to use as we're putting this process together, then I think we have some time to be able to do that.
If I could reply to her. Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to say, I think that, you know, that criteria and scoreboard, it's a great idea. And I think also it may be in a way, it might be a good thing that there's not one out there already, because we might, you know, we'll be tasked with doing one that's specific for our city and that fits our needs and our community's needs. So that might actually be a good thing.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think for me, my recommendation is given the timelines, and given the application process, I'm hesitant about that, so I wouldn't recommend it. I think there's enough knowledge that we have in terms of what we're looking for, and especially given a small amount of time that we need people that can, that understand the process and some of the policies already. So I'll,
through the chair, one thing I did want everyone to keep in mind, and this may impact how many people are actually running, depending on if the four district map goes into effect in 2024, I believe that the people we are appointing are citywide, but they may not be eligible if the districts go into effect in 2024, they may not be eligible to run for that seat. Is that correct?
Yeah. So you may have a situation where you have a short termer, really somebody who's just, because of the fact that the district is in place, that they will not be able to run for a seat on the council.
So you might have a smaller pool than you're thinking, because there might be some people who are realizing I might not be able to run. So, yeah.
Okay.
So there might be less. Okay, so I wanna make sure we're moving along. It's 10:57 already. We have one more and then a couple of final comments. So council, I wanna gauge also because respect of Councilwoman Corralejo's idea of a scorecard. It's something obviously I wanted to do at the beginning when we did the process first time around, learning from that people didn't feel as transparent. So I'm open to hearing if there is a need, if there is a desire to be able to do that, then we'd be looking at within our criteria. I'm gonna say, be honest with me, I don't have time to do research. I've done research already on just this process, and so the timeline is really short. I think putting together an eligibility criteria is gonna be that's gonna take time, and us to be very thoughtful about that. And I mean, unless there's another way to do it, I'm just not, I don't think we have the time, and I personally don't have the bandwidth.
Through the chair, I had a question. Is that something that perhaps we could have our staff work on, either Megan, perhaps, or Mike? I'm not sure, we probably do need people on there as one, and get the application, the questions, and the scoreboard, and then just kind of run it by us?
I'll let Megan answer. I think for me is, I'll let Megan answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a little hesitant to do that, because this is really your process. I mean, one thought is if there are two council members in the group who would be interested in doing a little legwork, we could provide some level of applications, but maybe there could be a little subcommittee work before. I think that might be a better approach.
Thank you, Megan. So can we do the final comments and then kind of try to wrap it up so we can move forward?
Yeah, so we're talking about this kind of rubric, but I feel like Cabrera and I should say at least on that. While I do value that rubric, and I'm always someone that, is for that, because we have such a short amount of time, I just don't think it's feasible or realistic to have us now form a subcommittee, figure out what this rubric is going to be, and then have somebody appointed within 60 days. So while I recognize that that's something that helps with the transparency. I think it just elevates the process. And maybe it should be something that we have discussions on for any future vacancies. And then moving forward, that can be something that is brought then. But I think for this time, I think it's a little too late. I don't know.
In my case, respectfully, I disagree because Mayor already said that we know what we're looking for. So we can use that we're looking for to put it as a scale and then give 1 to 5. Because if you think about it, it's not like we're gonna do a research paper in how to identify qualities in people. We know the qualities that we're looking for. So for me, it's that simple as putting the 5 qualities and see how much of that quality I see in that person. That is not a professional skill, but that keeps a record that we are looking at the same qualities in different people. You know, I don't agree with the way the Monterrey Marina did it in secret ballot. But if they did it, they probably had the same thing. Well, I'm looking for this are the qualities that I'm looking for in a person. And sometimes talking to that person, you will at first you're not gonna think that that person has that quality, but when they express themselves, particularly in how they rebuttal to the follow-up questions, how they answer the follow-up questions, will show their capabilities or their qualities. And could I finish?
Mm-hmm.
And then we don't need a professional skill. We already know what we're looking for. So just put it in a paper and said, this is what I'm looking for.
So Councilmember Cabrera, then do you and Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo want to form a subcommittee and then work on that and then we can bring it back to us and then we can all approve what those criteria is going to be. So it appears that both of you guys have the interest to do that. So
But I want to know that you actually want it because you already said that you are against it.
No.
So I don't want to be working in something that then you're gonna say, oh, no,
No,
I'm not gonna put it.
I'm not against it. I want to backtrack. We have timelines and I'm really concerned about the timelines, right? So if you and Council Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo have the time and you guys, just for me, my concern is timelines. We have 60 days. So we can move forward with the application process. We can move forward with selecting a date for when we're gonna have the special meeting. We can move forward with asking each one of us to provide Megan with 2 questions. We'll send out the questions that we used before, asking the 2 questions that we want, or 2 or 3 questions that we want the candidates to respond to. And then that leaves you guys with time to be able to come up, with some criteria, but it has to be on a timeline. So if you can work with Megan to be able to provide her with that data when you can submit that to her, so that way we get it as a council, and maybe on the May 1st meeting, would there be enough time on the May 1st meeting to come back to, if it's that easy, then would you be able to do it in the May 1st meeting and then bring it back?
Possibly.
Okay.
But give me the guidance that you want, that you're looking for.
I was gonna say, through the chair, even in order to streamline this whole process, instead of doing a subcommittee, why don't we each council member and the mayor choose one criteria item that's important to us, just like we're gonna be sending the 2 questions. We just said that way each one of us has, an opportunity to give a criteria item that's important to us, and I think that that's fair. For our community as well as for us.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, and so I want to make sure, I know this is important, but we want to get it right, but I also need to move us forward, so.
Definitely. It's my first day, so I don't know if I have like a criteria in mind, and I don't know if I'd be able to help it. I will definitely, if that's what we want to do, I will do my due diligence. My only concern is it is my first day, so I don't really
I'm still learning the ropes and stuff.
Through the chair, I guess I'd want to offer that the questions that the council came up with the last time that we asked during the interview process represented sort of the things that people were interested in knowing about the candidates that were coming before you. What's your experience in the community? Why do you like this community? Those kinds of questions sort of vetted and got the issues out that I think that were important to the council. So I think that they're sort of built into the questions so maybe what we need to do is revisit those questions, and that will be the metric. We'll make sure that those questions, and if they need to be shaped a little bit or something like that, but that may be the shorthand way of actually establishing what the criteria are that you want to. Because each council member, the last time that we did, each council member got to submit a question that they wanted to ask of the interviews. And so then we got a variety from everybody as to what they wanted to ask and what was important to them. And in some cases, we had duplicates and so forth, right? I think that we may have asked for an extra question from each person or something, but we can take a look at that question. I think that will help you folks get the information that you need from the candidates when they come before you. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for the suggestion. And I just want to comment, just my final comment on that is not that I'm not interested, Councilmember Cabrera, because I know that's what I wanted to see the first time around, because I felt like it was such a awful process or different process. I shouldn't say awful. It was just a process where I felt individually myself that it wasn't as transparent and fair because there wasn't that criteria. I think the criteria deserves us to really be thoughtful and really be deliberate in terms of what criteria we're going to use for selection. And I like the fact that maybe we start looking at that for a future in case we have, hopefully not, but another opportunity to have an appointment process and that we have something set in place. But I think that criteria has to be really thoughtful and deliberate and equitable. So I like Mike's idea. I think through each questions that you each are going to present, then you're bringing forth what is critical in terms of the criteria that you want to be able to make sure that the candidates that you're going to select are going to have some of that. So can we come to a consensus on that so we can
So what I'm hearing is that we want this system whereby people are going to submit a statement of interest. We're going to have a short time period in which people can do that we should give them questions in advance as part of that submission. And you'll get people that are really interested and prepare. And then we will follow that up with an actual interview process of the candidates where we give them time to basically just sort of talk about why they think they want to have this job and be qualified. And you would have the ability to ask them an additional question if that's what you wanted to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, got it. And council, just to clear, how many questions? Should we do 2 questions each or?
Would it be,
that's 8 questions.
would it be 2 questions in person or would it be one prepared question and then 1 question after the fact?
No, I think that the questions would be prepared and then we get to do follow-up questions.
The way that we did it last time was that we had each council member submit to staff 2 questions or 1 question. I can't remember which one it was. And then we compiled the list of the questions to be asked, right? And so, I think that's probably a fair process here. You shouldn't exchange your questions with each other, right? They should just come from you directly to Megan, for instance, so that we don't have an illegal meeting of the council where everybody's looking at everybody else's questions. And then once we get the list of questions, we'll compile the questions. There'll probably be some overlap and so forth, but we'll just leave it to staff. I think you have to trust staff to prepare a setup. I think 5 questions in an application is a sufficient number. Anything more than that, I think you're going to get.
And so the chair, is it possible that you can send us those questions so that we can revisit and not, because if those are good questions, then why not using them again? I mean.
Oh, you mean the original question?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can do that for sure.
Yeah, Megan will send them. Okay, good. So are we good? Enough direction on that?
I got
Okay.
plenty of direction. Megan, you're fine too? Yeah, okay.
Perfect. Okay, so council, let's move on then to our last item of business, appointment to the Salinas Valley Waste Authority Board of Directors, and I will turn this over to Megan.
So I do have to make a correction to my report because I should have checked to see who the alternate was on the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority and included that in my report, and I did not. So I apologize to Mayor Pro Tem Coralejo, but she is been Councilmember Jimenez is alternate, but he sits on the JPA, the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority board. He also happens to be on the executive committee, but I haven't confirmed this yet with Patrick Matthews, but my understanding is not necessarily would the person who replaces him serve on the executive committee, but would serve on the board. With his resignation, we really need to move forward and appoint a new representative. The next meeting is April 18th. It meets the third Thursday at 6 in the city of Gonzales. And so again, I do apologize. I should have noted that the alternate was Councilmember Coralejo, but now I'm informing you. And so we're just looking at direction on how you want to move forward with this appointment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Megan, for that. So council, given the time, I would, well, let me take it out to the public first. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a comment on the appointment to the Salinas Valley Waste Authority Board of Directors? Those that are joining us via Zoom, if there's anyone that'd like to make a comment? Okay, good. Now we get back. I want to get back to the council, and if I may, I mean, I know we have the report before us, and I know we have the alternate as Mayor Pro Tem Coralejo, and I know, you know, obviously, I want to say I don't know if Mayor Pro Tem you've attended any of the meetings or not as the alternate, but I think for me, and the effort to be able to have the new council member be appointed to a board like the rest of us, I think my recommendation would be to provide that opportunity to our council member Ansanto Sanchez to sit on that board. It's only for a few months. We're going to come back in we come back in January, right, to make our appointments, or not even a few months. I mean, we come back in January to make our appointments again for the appointment process. So that would be my recommendation to the council.
Through the chair. So that is correct. I did not get to attend any meetings. Councilmember Jimenez was very good about attending all the meetings, and I know part of it was because he was the vice president for the executive committee. And I think for me, I would like to maybe push this for another meeting. I could go to the next meeting as an alternate and then push to the next meeting, only because I know Megan was waiting for a response to see if his appointment would be an executive committee vice president position, or if it would just be a board of director position. I think that makes a big difference. You know, and I'm sure it would make a big difference for council member Ansaldo Sanchez. And I think we may also have to shift some of the committees that we're on with the resignation of Councilmember Jimenez. So that's my recommendation, is that we push it for another meeting once we have that answer regarding the executive committee vice president position.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just need to know what's the difference, Megan? Like what would trigger it? What's the difference, whether we do it today or wait to get a response, whether that's a committee appointment that's also on the board? Or I guess I'm just trying to figure out what is the
well, he as the vice president, he actually attends 2 meetings. He was attending 2 meetings per month. I think the first meeting is tomorrow. I think the executive committee meets tomorrow, so I think they meet the first and the third Thursday. So that would be the main difference.
Pretty much like TAMSI. They have a board and they have an executive committee.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I am concerned more is to find out with them if when Councilmember Jimenez resign, then does that automatically removes him from that position. Because that was also, maybe that's an appointment, and it doesn't automatically transfer the alternate. So we have to find out. I agree that I would recommend that we wait until we find out whether the alternate or the person that goes can or will stay as Mr. Jimenez was. So if I don't think that the position that he had as a vice president will be transferred to that person that continues, because the person needs more information to be there. Well, basically just find out what their position is in terms of Jimenez position.
Because he had to be voted in by the board. So, I mean, so
Yeah,
you're
that's
right,
what I mean.
automatically, if the board voted him in, it doesn't necessarily mean that the next person,
The
because
next
he
person
resigned,
will-
the next
yeah.
person is gonna take that position, because it has to be voted by the board.
Mhm.
So like for me, if, you know, I'm the chair, if I resign, then it doesn't mean somebody else comes in
Somebody else,
automatically
they have to
to be
appoint
the board,
somebody.
because the board appointed me, you know, so. I don't think
And-
so, but I mean, if you can verify that out, I'm okay. I just think for me, my only issue about deferring things until the next time around, is that there's meetings. And they're already having meetings, and we really want to make sure that we have representations, and sitting on a lot of these boards, and especially regional boards, it's really critical that we have a presence and that we are at the table with these important discussions in terms of regional issues.
Can I go next or not?
Okay, let me
Yeah.
finish my comment, but I think that yes, but we need that information, but either we do things fast or we do things right. At least for me. And we also have to ask council member Ansaldo Sanchez if he is available for that day. I mean,
My turn.
yes, sorry.
All right, so whoa, that's really loud. I actually would like to be appointed to the Salinas Valley Waste Authority Board of Directors. I don't see why if somebody resigns, how it would go into an alternate. I do think that they would have to vote for it. I would like to move forward on being appointed, and if, it's not able to happen, then we can just go back and then do it retroactively. But I would like to be appointed into this board of things.
Okay, so with that, I make a motion then to appoint Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez to the Salinas Valley Waste Authority Board of Directors.
I second that.
Second,
Okay, so I have a first and a second by Councilmember Ansaldo
Come.
Sanchez.
You go to Cabrera.
Okay,
I give it to-
Councilmember, can we do that? Because I heard Fernando, I heard. City Clerk,
Who was the first or second?
I was the first.
yeah,
Fernando.
yeah, so
Yeah,
he seconds.
You're second.
He
it's not-
seconds, okay, so all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Okay, so that's done with our business. Now we go into our reports, and I am going to do my reports really quick, so we can move on. Megan, I'll present this as well, but I know since we didn't have our meeting in March, I just wanted to go back and just really quickly, I had attended on 3/7, the community vigil for the victims of the mass shootings in King City. On the 11th of May, I attended the Monterey Salinas Transit Board of Directors. On the 14th, I met with Megan and Canoe to talk about economic development initiatives and what we can do to pursue the container village process and a program and getting additional funding. On the 14th, I attended the Soledad Rotary Reverse Draw. On the 13th, I attended the AgBank Board of Directors. On the 16th, I attended the opening ceremonies for the Soledad Little League. So I just want to thank all the parents, and the board did an amazing job for the families and tons of kids, and it was really nice to see. On the 20th, I attended the Emergency Leadership Council meeting. And part of that was approval. They approved to enter into an MOU with Monterey and San Benito counties for the HAP 5 round application. and they were also requesting cities to sign letters of support because the HAP Round 6 is scheduled on the state side to be able to defer funding for that program. So they wanted the cities to engage and make sure that we're writing to our legislators to request support for that funding to continue. On the 21st, I attended the Spanish City Budget Workshop. I just want to say again, thank you, Mike and Jesus, for a great informative presentation. On the 22nd, I met with Francisco Valenzuela, San Andreas Regional Center, and Jessica Potts to discuss future inclusive superhero days or how we can do more events, inclusive events in the city. And there's a projection for a superhero day, hopefully coming in June at Orchard Park. On the 25th, we hosted an all-day informational visit with Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. So thank you to the Soledad Mission Healthcare District CEO and board members, the Soledad Unified School District Board of Trustees, and President Ivan Ibarra-Mora. And thank you to our staff, also to Megan, Kanu, and Jessica for providing the Congresswoman with a lot of updates and highlights, and thanking her for the $6.2 million of ARPA money. And also I know that there was a couple conversations that we had in regards to better partnerships with Pinnacles, and also she was also able to state that she could provide us a letter for the Union Pacific to really address the train situation, to see if there's any traction that we can get with that. And then on the 28th, I attended the Monterey County Traffic Alliance Safety Corridor Second Task Force meeting, and this is a grant that CHP received, and they're looking at the reduction of deaths due to speed and unsafe driver and turns off of the US 101 corridors. So one of the things that came up is that we need more driver awareness classes for our young adults, because that's a population that really has a high increase of getting tickets and a lot of the danger in terms of the deaths related to these kind of unsafe behaviors. So Jessica Madueño, who's a PIO for the CHP, and she's also a Soledad resident, asked to see how we can engage more and work with her to look at different ways that we can raise awareness. And then on Monday the 2nd, I did participate in the Grassroots Advocacy Day with San Andreas Regional Center as part of the advocacy on my behalf to support families and children with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and how do we increase those resources in Monterey County, and how do we address the lack of resources that we still have. And today we met with Supervisor Lopez and South County mayors and city managers. Supervisor Lopez talked about the budget process that the county is engaging in, some of the impacts, not as, in terms of the budget impacts, not as crucial as they thought they were, but they did, they are proposing to fund again the Salinas Valley Promise and investing in the parks, especially those in San Antonio and that area that are important to our South County communities, and also continuing the investments in South Salinas Valley broadband. All applications did go to the CPUC, so those have been submitted. We're waiting now for funding. This is part of the South County cities. The timeline is about 6 months, hopefully sooner. And some of the other comments that were provided was in terms of animal control for spay and neuter activities were funded. They're also looking at South County and working with some of our South County cities. And looking at mobile clinics in our area to be able to do that in unincorporated areas, but also working with the cities and how the cities can participate as well. And I know Megan brought up the SPCA costs that we have and how, that we really need a shelter in South County. How do we move forward to do that? Working with the South County cities, and that's going to be a longer conversation that will continue future updates and conversations about animal control. How do we address some of those funding issues? And that's all I have. And then that's all I have for my report. So I will go over to Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, thank you. I just have 3 items. The first one was reverse draw for Rotary, and that was on the 14th. And it was very successful, and we were able to raise a lot of money for our Soledad High School students in scholarships. And so that was, definitely beneficial and fun as well. So thank you to everyone who supported that event. Also on the 25th of March, due to my schedule, I was not, able to, I guess, to attend and walk with, Zoe Lofgren, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, but, she did reach out to me weeks prior, and so we were able to have a meeting. Her and myself, we had a nice chat, and we talked, just on a personal about our spouses, our families, and then we were able to talk about some of the goals, that we have as a council for our city. And she did, of course, talk about her commitment to our city and to our community. And, did say that her door is always open, so hopefully this is the first meeting that I have on her, with her, of many more to come, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. And then the next thing that I had was on the 28th, and it was the Soledad Merchants Women Who Mean Business, and it was, we had a film room at Heart Now. And it was recognizing girls and women of all ages, and also we were able to recognize and give an award to the Soledad Woman Who Means Business, and that was a woman, April Lipke, who has done a lot for our community, has been in business for a while, but recently she started highlighting nonprofits, local nonprofits, and helping them with fundraising, which, as we know, that's crucial for our nonprofits, especially in these times. Trying to think what else. I think for the most part that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez? We're going to.
Report.
Oh, you don't have any reports yet.
Okay,
That's
I'm
true.
sorry.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Go ahead.
I also attended the Spanish budget workshop, March 21st. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera.
I also attended that. And how come I was not invited to see Zoe?
Me neither.
Okay, do you have a report? No?
No.
Okay, so we'll move on then to our next item, which is Councilmember praises, and we'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, I want to start with all the organizations that are in our town that are continuously fighting for people's rights, and especially the I always forget the names, I'm sorry. So tenemos, can I say it in Spanish? Quiero hacerlo para la líderes campesinas, por todo el trabajo que hacen en nuestra comunidad, por estar constantemente ahí de buena fuente. Yo sé el sufrimiento que han pasado, que siguen pasando y que van a pasar, principalmente las mujeres que trabajan en el campo, y creo que el trabajo que están haciendo ellas es increíble. Poder darle la confianza a estas personas para que puedan compartir sus experiencias y estar allí para ayudarles. También tenemos COPA, que también ayuda muchísimo a las personas. Tenemos otra organización que es, y esta sí se me complica mucho, pero yo siempre lo recuerdo con padres. Tenemos Mujeres en Acción, tenemos un montón de organizaciones que luchan por los derechos de nuestros ciudadanos, y quiero que sepan que las apreciamos, sabemos agradecer el trabajo que hacen. And lastly, I want to praise my wife because she was nominated. She was actually granted a Woman of the Year. And I'm very proud of her. And so the people out there knows that all these organizations that I mentioned have a lot of women working there, and those women are away from their families. How do I know? Because mine is constantly away from my house because of doing that. So thank you for all of you guys who work diligently and every day for the rights of our people, and to protect women and children.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes, I would actually like to praise Megan because she really helped me a lot kind of preparing for today, and I met with her a couple of times to go over some items as a new council member, as well as going over these business items, you know, in a short period of time. So I wanted to publicly thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, I had two. The first one I wanted to give praise to Johnny and Maria Alcantar on the opening of their Ace Hardware business store. And the reason that I want to give them praises is because I think one of the things from Soledad that I hear the most from our constituents is that our businesses are usually real limited in hours, right? Like our restaurants close early, our nightlife closes early. The hardware store, if it's a Sunday and something breaks, you're out of luck kind of thing. But they have opened, you know, and just their customer service and their business mentality, if they're here for the community. And so they're open 7 days a week. They're open long hours. And I know that they put a lot of effort into renovating the Ace hardware store. So just wanted to thank them for that, for offering business hours that are gonna and also variety of items to our residents. So they don't have to go out of town to go shopping. And then the second one, I did just want to give praises to our Soledad Police Department for bringing much needed awareness to sexual assault. And I know on their Facebook page, they have an event called Denim Day. And it's pretty much encouraging everyone to wear denim on Wednesday, April the 24th. And it's just to acknowledge and support survivors of sexual assault. And I think, you know, this day, it's not just on women and girls, it's also, you know, we see it on boys. I think there's no discrimination, unfortunately, when it comes to sexual assault. So just wanted to thank them for, you know, bringing this up to our community. It's not always an easy topic, but definitely an important one. And, you know, just letting everybody know that there is support out there. And if anybody is in support or just needs to talk to someone, they could call the National Sexual Assault Hotline, which is available 24 hours. And that's a free phone call at 800-656-4673.
Thank you. Okay, so my council member praises. I wanna also, as we're concluding Women's History Month, I wanna make sure that I acknowledge all the women that we have in City Hall. And I know that there's a lot of amazing women that work at City Hall. So wanna say thank you for their work, having been a public servant for 20 years and continue to be. I know the work isn't easy, so thank you so much. And I also especially want to say thank you to Darlene, who's always available. And I know it's late at 11:30 when she has to get home, and she's been here since super early in the morning. But I also want to say thank you to her, because I know every time I have any issues or questions, it doesn't matter what time I text her or call her, she's very responsive, and I really appreciate you, Darlene. Thank you. And Megan likewise as well. And so thank you to all our incredible women. I also want to make sure that I acknowledge the police department. I saw them wearing their autism patch today, and I'm not sure whether other police departments do that, but I just want to make sure that I highlight the efforts that our police department goes in terms of community engagement and being able to raise awareness on some of the issues that are really critical to our families and to our community, especially given that autism rates are increasing, and resources for autism and other intellectual developmental disabilities are really critical for our families, especially in South County. So I want to say thank you to that. And then my final is I want to recognize again, I know Councilmember Cabrera said this, but I want to recognize our own Monica Andrade, who's from here. Many of you know her, obviously, through this whole process of redistricting, but she is also a U.S. veteran, and she's also a mother, and she also works for Door to Hope, and she's done incredible work in the community to really bring civic engagement and really fighting for equity. And so she was recognized from Senator Ana Caballero's office, who does an annual recognition. And she was one of the women to be named the District 14 Women of the Year for the Salinas Valley. So that's an extraordinary honor, and thank you. And again, congratulations to Monica for all the work that she does in the community to bring that equity and transparency. So with that, then we'll go into future agenda items. So I will start.
I might, Chair, if I could jump in, because
Oh, city manager, sorry.
that's okay. It's actually related to a future agenda item, which is we are, I think we do have quorum for a special meeting on April 9th. The reason why we are hoping to move forward with this meeting is to actually award, ideally to award the bid for the kitchen to get the community center moving as quickly as possible because of the short timeline that we have. So if I think Darlene was able to confirm that at least 3 of you were available on the 9th at 6:30. And then secondly, the reason why we're not having it on the 10th is we have the meeting to talk about the safety improvements. It's a community meeting at April 10th. Please let me know any council members who want to attend, because we have to be careful not to violate the Brown Act. So if there's going to be more than 2 people, we will have to figure out if we need to post for that. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention that a lot of folks here have been concerned about the lack of holding or shelter, an animal shelter here in South County. It puts a tremendous amount of strain on our law enforcement officers, have to go all the way to SPCA, but also it's very, very expensive. So we're going to work with Supervisor Lopez, as the mayor mentioned, to have a meeting here. We offered to sponsor it here in Soledad to talk about this issue and see how the South County cities can come together with the county to see if there's any way that we can have a joint animal shelter here in South County, whether it be in Soledad, King City, Greenfield, Gonzales, it doesn't really matter, but I think we need that service. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Megan. So I'll move on to future agenda items, and I'll start with Council Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, I just have one future agenda item. I would just like to see coming back as an agenda item, how we can streamline our council meetings. You know, the last council meeting that we had, I did receive some feedback from our community members, and they were very dissatisfied with, I guess, how long our meeting went. They said they ended up falling asleep when they wanted to participate, but due to other responsibilities, they had to go to sleep. Also, there was other dissatisfaction with the lack of decorum that there was on the council. And so, with all due respect, I just feel that, you know, in our meetings, we should be efficient, we should be equitable with, you know, the time that we allot everyone to speak. And then also, most importantly, I should say, is the fact that we want to get our public's input, and we want to be respectful of their time and also be respectful of our staff's time.
Okay, thank you. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes, I would like to, at a future meeting, have a code enforcement and blighted properties presentation. I would also like to have a proclamation for Pride Month in June. I want to make sure we get it by June, so I'm mentioning it right now, including hopefully again raising the pride flag for the month of June. And then that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
I would like to bring back Senate Bill 329. as an agenda.
Can you remind me what it is?
It's a city council, salary.
Oh, okay.
Okay, after me, under my future agenda items, one is, I want to bring forward the creation of a legislative ad hoc committee. So I know there's a lot of legislation moving. We all get the reports from Townsend in regards to all of the different legislation that's happening. I think it's important for us as a council to be able to engage in supporting some of these bills that are going to be detrimental, or supporting the bills that are going to be helpful for our community, and then also opposing bills that are going to be detrimental. We don't have that opportunity to be able to have those robust discussions as part of the council because we have a lot of other items. But I do want to make sure that we do have a subcommittee that would be able to engage in a broader dialogue and bring back recommendations to the council for approval of the different legislative efforts that are happening at the state level and also at the federal level. And I just want to do a point of privilege to address the comments from Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo in terms of the lateness of the last meeting. I think the last meeting that we had we had a lot of items, but this is where I think for me, my job this is what the people appointed me to do as the chair, is to be able to move the meetings along and try to have as much time that everybody has opportunities to speak. And in that realm, I know that, today we're here at 11:41, right? And it's the opportunity to be able to have enough dialogue. But if the council wants to shorten those meetings, then I think the council also has to come prepared to not ask so many questions or ask questions in advance and be able not to, to be able to ensure that if we move forward, that there's not a lot of the questions that can be asked in advance or comments that don't really necessarily need to be made. I want engagement for our public as well, but I know today obviously is a little bit different because we had 12 items because we didn't have a quorum the last meeting. So I think for me is, also important for us as a council to come prepared, ask those questions in advance so we can expedite the meetings. And, I want to bring back the policies that I think everybody received that we agreed upon in August. I think it was August, to have another discussion of what we can do to streamline the meetings, because I think it's incumbent upon each of us to be able to take that responsibility and look at what we've approved, because we've already discussed this item, approved it in August. And then how do we each strive to make sure that we're adhering to those items that we approved as a council, and then trying to also help to move the meeting forward by being diligent about the comments that we say, questions that we ask, and coming prepared to the meeting as well, as much as we can. I mean, I know it's difficult, but hopefully we won't see another agenda like today. Hopefully we will have quorum now where this is not necessary. But also I'm not sure what is meant by the lack of decorum. So I don't know, point of privilege for me, because, I don't know what that means. And I don't think it's fair to say lack of decorum when there's no specificity. I think we try to have a respectful, and we have, just for our residents to know that there is policies in terms of the council decorum. And those are some of the policies that you and I, as part of the subcommittee, were supposed to be engaging in, to be able to understand what needs to be changed so we can have continued decorum as a council, and that we're respectful to our colleagues, but we're also respectful to our public. So with that, there is no future agenda